Thank you, Harley. Thank you, Adam. Thank you, Generalissimo. I'll be back on the Salem News Channel in the 6 p.m. hour tonight, and I'll be out an hour earlier tomorrow to make sure you get the facts, not any kind of opinion, just the facts. Election night coverage starts at 5 p.m. on the Salem News Channel. I'll be back tomorrow an hour early on the next Hugh Hewitt Show.
When you absolutely, positively need the truth, this is where you turn. This is the Hugh Hewitt Show.
Jennifer Horn here. Over 1 million babies are lost to abortion every year in the United States. Tragically, 70% of those women who had abortions report feeling coerced into aborting their baby. Through Compass Care's nationwide telecare platform, the pro-life community can now reach women anytime, anywhere. From the busy streets of New York City to the beaches of San Diego, a woman facing an unplanned pregnancy can be seen by a pro-life nurse in as little as 24 seconds. Compass Care transforms a woman's fear into confidence, helping her say no to abortion and yes to her baby. Help a woman save her baby at saveababy.us today and get a free ebook with a gift of any amount. Your gift of $47 to Compass Care provides care and support to a woman, saving her from the coercion and her baby from the abortion. Go to saveababy.us, saveababy.us.
This is the Hugh Hewitt Show.
Look, we're all experiencing scary times together. I want to tell you about Equity Protect because they're the only company that prevents deed and home title theft. You've heard the story about criminals stealing people's hard-earned equity or even selling their homes without them even knowing about it. There are companies that do monitor your title, and then they alert you after something terrible has happened. Well, Equity Protect is different. They scan, monitor, alert, and most importantly, they'll stop any attempts to steal your home equity and ownership, and they're on the case 24/7. Get your free risk assessment by going to Equity
I'm Chad
Protect.
Pergram with the Speaker's Lobby. Both parties are in an empire state of mind when it comes to control of the House. One path to control the House runs directly through New York. The Empire State features 6 swing districts. The GOP flipped several of those from the Democrats 2 years ago. Democrats stumbled badly in New York House races in 2022. Had Democrats performed better, they'd hold the House majority today. Democrats believe New York GOP members are out of step when they align themselves with former President Trump. Even though New York is not in play at the presidential level, the performance of the former president could bolster New York Republicans down the ballot. But comments at Mr. Trump's rally at Madison Square Garden could turn off some voters. And if not New York, there's another path to the majority. California. 5 seats are in play in the Golden State. With the Speaker's Lobby, Chad Pergram, Fox News.
The Point is KUSG, Hagåtña, Guam, 93.3 FM. And 104.3 HD3.
A new countdown underway. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News. Just 3 hours left before the polls start closing in some states. Vice President Kamala Harris will be awaiting results at her alma mater, Howard University in D.C. For now, doing radio interviews with hosts in battleground states and on V103 in Atlanta, taking aim at former President Trump's criticism of her.
I'm not going to get distracted by that noise. And it is. It's really demeaning for them as much as anything. Like, you let that come out of your mouth?
Harris says Americans are ready for a fresh start. Former President Trump telling reporters what his message would be to Harris supporters if he wins.
We want to bring everybody in. We want to be very inclusive, and we will be very inclusive. We have a great country, but we have a country that's in trouble. It's in big trouble in many ways. And we have to straighten it out.
Speaking after voting in Florida, where he also stopped into campaign headquarters to thank staffers and volunteers. The FBI says polling locations in several states have had bomb threats, but that so far none of those threats are credible, and many appear to originate from Russian email domains. The FBI also alerting voters about fake videos, including at least 2 using the Bureau's name and insignia to help spread misinformation.
Those videos, created to look like they're from the FBI, make false claims about voter voter fraud, alleging the management of 5 prisons in Pennsylvania, Georgia, and Arizona had rigged inmate voting. Another recent video, which attempts to look like a CBS News report, falsely says the FBI is advising people to vote remotely due to a potential terror attack. The FBI says the videos are not authentic and their contents are false.
Fox's Lillian Wu. U.S. Capitol Police arresting a man who reeked of fuel earlier today at the Capitol Visitor Center. Police say he had a blowtorch. Fox is told he drove all night from Michigan and had a manifesto. America is listening to Fox News.
Boss, I got run over by a forklift.
Boss, I crashed a company truck.
What do we do? Our warehouse and inventory are gone.
Hi, this is Dave Silva from AB Risk Solutions, and it's time for Risk 101. Everything you just heard are examples of risk your businesses can face. Our job is to ask the hard what-if questions and teach you how to reduce your exposures and help you recover if things go sideways. We've got decades of experience in Micronesia working with businesses big and small. Call AB Risk Solutions today at 777-2668 for a free inspection and quote.
AB Risk Solutions, formerly known as Aon.
See Nissan Guam first. With affordable options like the stylish Nissan Versa sedan and the street-savvy Kicks crossover, you'll love the wallet-friendly fuel efficiency and the smart versatility. Available Apple CarPlay and Android Auto integration makes sure you're always connected. With easy financing and low monthly payments, we make it easy to drive away in the perfect Nissan for you. Ask about our exclusive first-time buyers program. Stop by for a test drive and get pre-qualified for financing at NissanGuam.com today.
Sure, town.
Since 1960, it's been tradition in Dixville Notch, New Hampshire to vote at midnight. It was an even split this year after all 6 registered voters cast their ballots. 3 votes for former President Trump, 3 votes for Vice President Harris, including lifelong Republican and former candidate for governor of Maine, Les Otten.
As an American, I pledge allegiance to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the Bill of Rights, to the Constitution, to the laws of our country.
I think New Hampshire's a purple state, and I think it's very divided.
In Marie Pintal's first vote in Dixville Notch was the January primary when Nikki Haley won all 6 votes. Chris Foster, Fox News.
Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has fired his defense minister, Yoav Gallant, for the second time.
Last year, Netanyahu fired Gallant. This led to mass demonstrations across the streets of this country. And remember, this comes amid the backdrop of rising regional tension and an ongoing war that has started nearly 400 days ago as the Israelis brace for a possible attack from Iran. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has immediately replaced Gallant with Israel Katz, the country's foreign minister.
Fox's Trey Yingst. Tropical storm Rafael is expected to be Hurricane Rafael by tomorrow.
Parts of the Caribbean are bracing for Rafael's potential impact, with the National Hurricane Center forecasting a rapid strengthening as it nears the Cayman Islands and Cuba. A hurricane warning is in effect for those areas. Forecasters say it's too soon to determine how Rafael could potentially impact the U.S. Gulf Coast and advises residents to regularly monitor weather updates.
Fox's Laura Cantor. Rafael's brushing past Jamaica today on the way to a possible Cuba landfall tomorrow. A tropical storm warning now includes parts of the Florida Keys. An hour to the close on Wall Street, a rally continues. The Dow's up 330 points. The Nasdaq up more than 200. I'm Lisa Brady. This is Fox News.
Connect and save with Docomo Pacific's unbeatable business mobile plans. Save up to $720 with unlimited talk, text, and data on the island's widest mobile network. Supercharge your connectivity with our data-to-go roaming and Wi-Fi hotspot services. Connect today and experience lightning-fast speeds that keep your business running smoothly. Discover more at business.docomopacific.com. Some conditions apply.
Come dig in at The Dugout. Indulge in the taste of Guam's most authentic local flavors. Located in Barragata across Antolon Middle School, you can dine in and enjoy Kiliguan like no other. Crispy, tasty fried chicken, red rice you'll dream of, and much more. Come chill and chow. Watch the games while you have lunch or dinner at The Dugout. Open Tuesday through Friday from 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. and Saturday 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. Call 734-5359 for any inquiries and follow their Instagram page for daily updates at The Dugout 671. So come dig in at The Dugout.
Introducing Nissan Guam's exclusive first-time buyer program. Perfect for those with little or no credit history, no co-signer required. It's simple. You apply, we approve. You drive away in your brand new new Nissan. Low monthly payments perfect for any budget. Get started on your finance pre-qualification at nissanguam.com or call their helpful sales team at 671-647-7261 today. On approved credit, conditions apply. See Nissan Guam for details.
Hafa-day. This is Allie from Gain. Join us for our first annual Fur Ball Gala on November 22nd from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. at the Hyatt Grand Ballroom. Spend the evening enjoying great food, a silent auction, live entertainment by Mixed Plate and DJ Noli, a catwalk event to meet your new furry family member, and more. Proceeds from this event will go towards developing Gain's education and outreach initiatives, as well as supporting existing adoption and spay and neuter programs. To purchase your tickets, visit guamtime.net today.
Hafa-day and Good Morning Guam at 6:07 on Wednesday, November 6th. I'm Donna DeJesus with a look at your local news on The Point. Timoning residents are urged to watch for 3 men suspected of multiple break-ins at Cinema Arcade Apartments. The suspects reportedly broke into apartments 4 times over the past 2 weeks, stealing various items. Home surveillance cameras captured images of at least 2 suspects, which police are using in their search. Authorities are asking the public to stay alert and report any suspicious activity. GPD has urged anyone with information to come forward to help with the investigation. The community is advised to take extra precautions and look out for neighbors as the suspects remain at large. Meanwhile, Sheila Babauta, the woman injured in a hit-and-run crash in Asan last month, has died from her injuries. Babauta was struck on October 16 at Dead Man's Curve. She had been fighting for her life in the hospital, but family members confirmed she passed away on Monday. The driver involved fled the scene, and authorities are still searching for the suspect. Babauta leaves behind a young son. Her family is asking the community to help to cover funeral costs through a GoFundMe campaign. The link can be found on KUAM's website. Anyone with information on the hit and run is urged to contact police. We'll have more news after this.
Okay, what's BP Smart Pay?
So it uses your smartphone to pay when shopping at the grocery store, mall, or wherever they accept contactless payments.
Restaurants too?
Yep.
Okay, how?
It's easy. Go to your wallet on your smartphone and enter your Bank Pacific Visa debit card, and presto, your smartphone is now Smart Pay ready.
BP Smart Pay. I like it.
Bank Pacific. Brothers put branches, we place roots for over 70 years. Member FDIC.
The unofficial results for the general election are in. Jim Moilan retains his seat in Congress, gaining nearly 53% of the votes, while challenger Ginger Cruz got almost 47%. The 15 senators in the 38th Guam legislature in order of number of votes received are Therese Terlahi, Chris Barnett, Tony Ada, Joe San Augustine, Sabrina Salas Matanani, Tina Munya Barnes, Jesse Lujan, Frank Blas, Shelley Calvo, Will Parkinson, Chris Duenas, Vince Borja, Sabina Perez, Telo Taitigui, and Sean Gumatautau. Republicans take the majority 9-6. Meanwhile, in the mayoral race, Kevin Susuiko retains his spot as agate mayor with Chris Verheeren vice. Dale Alvarez for Santa Rita Sumai, Johnny Kinata and Umatic. BJ Terlahi is the new mayor of Zotnya. Wayne Santos for Orda Chalampago. Rich Arroyo is the new mayor of Agana Heights. Peter Beneventi and Dedito with Ann Leon Guerrero Vice and Francis Lazama and Gigo. The CCU, Melvin Duenas and Pedro Roy Martinez. And in the presidential straw poll, Harris Walls leads with 49.46% and Trump Vance with 46.22%. And those are your top stories right here on The Point. Now here's Ray with your weather.
Well, hold on just a second.
I know, that's why
Stealing thunder. Thunder stealer, Ray.
Yeah, right there. See it. We've got Harris Walls with 13,510 votes. We've got the Trump Vance ticket with 12,624 votes. But you also will note that RFK is still on our ballot. He was still on our ballot.
That's our guy.
And the Kennedy-Shanahan ticket got 938 votes. So if you add RFK's 938 to Trump's Vance 12,624, it's more than 13,510 that Harris Walls got.
That makes sense, but we still sound desperate.
Our team won.
Yeah. We sound desperate.
I was just going to say, Team Trump won that one. Had the election commission taken Kennedy's name off the ballot, which they should have.
after he pulled out and endorsed Trump. I think it would have gone in the other direction. It's just going to make Guam look bad when Trump eventually wins on the national stage.
We'll look bad already.
All right. Well, it's the abandoned cars and the feral pigs. What do we got here? Scattered showers and thunderstorms are moving into the forecast area. Jeff from Pirates Cove sent in some pictures this morning, and it is kind of gloomy on that side. It says partly say you don't want to know what's in my head. You don't want to know what I want to say about why it's gloomy. But they were just partly sunny later with highs near 87 degrees and east winds up to about 13 miles an hour today. Mostly cloudy tonight, with scattered showers and thunderstorms and overnight lows of about 76 degrees. Looks like that's going to be sticky for a couple of days. Mostly cloudy with scattered showers and thunderstorms tomorrow and tomorrow night. By Friday, they say it'll just be mostly cloudy skies and overnight lows of about 86 degrees. So hopefully you were able to get out there and take advantage of all the sunshine that we had yesterday, get the votes in and do all of that stuff. With the heat index, it's going to feel like 94 today, 40% chance of rain. Sunrise this morning, not until 6:17, and sunset tonight coming earlier and earlier at 5:52. Welcome to wintertime on Guam, friends. There it is. News and weather together, brought to you by Bank Pacific. Banking on the Pacific for 70 years.
Half a day. Kim Anderson from Security Title here to share some behind-the-scenes functions of a title company. First, we search the chain of title to property, and when a critical link is missing, we work with the owners to correct their ownership. When it comes to a sale, we work closely with realtors and lenders to ensure a smooth closing. Finally, we back up our work with a title insurance policy that guarantees the buyer they actually own the property. Security Title has the management of real estate closings down to a science. Give us a call. We are here to help.
Shop, dine, and win at the Micronesia Mall. Exchange your mall receipts by November 8th for game cards to snag instant prizes from Burger King and Foot Locker, or receive a grand prize entry form for our drawing on November 9th, 2024 at 2 p.m., where one lucky shopper will drive home a 2024 BMW X3 from Atkins Scroll. 10 runners-up will each receive a $350 travel certificate from Goodwin Travel for tickets on Philippine Airlines and a Burger King prize pack. You must be present to win. The more you play, the greater your chances of winning big. Only at the Micronesia Mall. Follow us on social media for more details. Terms and conditions apply.
And at 6:13, Ray Gibson Show being brought to you by the guys over at APL American President Lines, a global presence with a local home.
The Ray Gibson Show. Morning talk that matters. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Come on, let's get gloating here. Let's gloat, gloat, gloat. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It's the Ray Gibson Show on 93.3 The Point. My name is Ray. Thrilled, as usual, to be here with you. Maybe a little bit more thrilled. Maybe the thrill level is up a couple of notches here today, because we've got results, unofficial results of the 2024 election that took place yesterday. And first thing I got to say about this is, way to go, Guam Election Commission. Now, with the sole exception of leaving RFK on the ballot and him having taken votes away from Trump, with the sole exception of that, I thought everything went well. I got my vote on yesterday.
Yeah, that little blemish.
Just that one. You know what? Even Marilyn Monroe had a little beauty spot. She had that little thing there. But anyway, so it took care of some obligations yesterday, and then drove down to MTM, passed by a very sparse group of people outside. It was only about 11:30.
Oh, yeah.
And a very sparse group of people. There was a large Democrat tent. No, I didn't. No, I waved at everybody.
Look away.
I was waving at everybody. Yeah, especially because there were guys there that that were under tents for people I knew I was voting for. I knew who I was going to vote for.
Yeah.
And then I get in. I park the car, get inside, and there's almost nobody there. And I thought, oh my God, low voter turnout. What's going to be happening here today? Anyway, so I got my ballot, went into the thing, and I started on the other side. I started on the non-senatorial side. Yes, BJ gets a vote. Yeah, I'm going to vote for everybody on the ed board. It doesn't make any difference, right? So I want to be able to tell everybody on the ed board and a couple of people on the CCU, dude, I voted for you, man. No way, I totally voted for you. And then I flipped the thing over, and I was thinking about something Chris Barnett said yesterday when we interviewed him about how he was pretty stingy with some of his votes. He wouldn't tell. He didn't say how few people he voted for, but he said he was being stingy and moschino with his votes. I understand the strategy of doing that. And then I started thinking about, here I am. I'm the guy on the radio. And I was telling everybody to revenge vote. Get out there and think about all of the things that we are missing here, that we are suffering in this community. And that's when I started looking over all of the names of the new guys. Not all of the names of the new guys, but most of the names of the new guys.
Yeah,
and doing that compare and contrast with some of the guys that are already in the legislature. And so I would hope that my ballot sent the same message that a number of other ballots managed to send out. You hear the message that was sent here? Almost a third of the legislature got kicked out. And if you were to believe these, if you were to believe these, the polls here, we got a bunch of new guys. We got number one. We got a whole bunch of Republicans that are in there now. It's the first time in 16 years that the Republicans have had a majority over at the legislature. All this stuff we'll spend some time talking about. And the first time in 16 years that there have been so many Republicans in a legislature. And I can't remember the last time we lost as many as we did here with Roy Canetta, incumbent, out. Kane Dwayne St. Nicholas, incumbent, out. Joanne Brown, incumbent, out. Tom Fisher, incumbent, out. So we got those four guys out.
Wait a minute, no fireworks? We don't get the fireworks?
I don't know where that bill is anyway. It got signed into law.
Man, that's a bummer, dude.
Today would be a good day for Republicans to be able to go out there and buy themselves some fireworks. But I don't know where we can do that yet. Man, we'll go to the Indian reservation. We'll go to the Indian. Hey, happy Diwali.
Indigenous Indian reservation.
Oh, wrong Indians. Okay, sorry. But anyway, so we got there's a whole lot of but can I warn you just now? There's going to be some snarky stuff coming out of my mouth. It's not like I've written all kinds of snarky comments that I want to make all day long. It's going to happen. It's going to happen.
It's just who you are.
Don't take anything personal. Don't take anything personal.
Getting bad.
It's I've got a quick wit. I'm familiar with Cassie, and words are going to pop into my head that I probably should not say out loud, but it's a 4-hour talk show. So
YOLO.
Yeah, it's going to be like that. It's going to be like that. So anyway, so the Republicans now that will be in a commanding authority include Vicente Tony Ada. Real Joe, I don't think we've seen the last of Tony Ada.
He's back.
Sabrina Salas Matanani.
Wow.
In the top 5 with her old co-host Chris Barnett.
I think I gave her 5 of my votes.
Not in the reunion right there. Jesse Anderson Lujan in there. Frank Blas Jr. returns. A new candidate, new face. Well, not new. We've all known her forever and ever. This is Paul Jr.'s wife, Shelley Calvo, and she's got a spot in there. Another Republican, you've heard of him, Chris Duenas, made it back in. Vince Borja, who, after having run a couple of times, has finally broke through the top 15.
No more roaming the streets of Dedido, bro.
That's right, brother. We've got Tello Taitagui, who was able to retain the crown, and Sean Gumatauta, another media guy, another policy guy from out of the Felix Camacho administration, is in the legislature right now. So we got some
big brains,
some people that are out, and we got some people that have gone in there, and it looks like it benefits here. Largely the Republican Party here on Guam. So what you do with that majority is going to make a difference. So there's still a lot of questions floating around. We'll get this all sorted out over at the Election Commission. They've got some things that they've got to do, other counts, T's to cross and I's to dot before they come out and actually officially say that this is the ranking. These are the results of the election. And we'll get with Maria Pangolina a little bit later on if I'm sure she hasn't rested at all in 48 hours, but we'll see if we can get her to talk about the next steps of the Election Commission, when they're going to get together and ratify all of this, because once it becomes official, then other steps can be taken. I've got to wonder, at the, I guess the viewing party was over at Venue last night. I was pondering going to Venue for a little bit last night, but my evening got ended up early. I decided that I wasn't going to be risking staying up all night long drinking beer and talking story with everybody over at Venue. I instead went, and you will hear me from time to time pause and catch my breath, or we're really trying to suppress a burp, and the burp is from 5 Fried Lumpia over at Fabasi, which is where I ended up in the evening. And then then I got home, and I think the polls were still open. In fact, I guarantee the polls were still open by the time I got home. And I think I put the head near the pillow around 8 o'clock, figuring I'm just going to get some rest here. And naturally, I couldn't. I woke up in the middle of the night and reached over for the phone, looking for information on where we were. Where? All right, I know the polls have been closed at like 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning.
World's still here.
So where were we? And I, at the 2 o'clock in the morning, I was looking at the results as they came in and saw where things were headed and said, I can go back to sleep now. I'll sleep like a baby. I'll sleep like an angel, knowing that the same message that I think I was sending to our elected representatives was the same message that everybody else had sent out. But will they receive it? Will they receive it? So that now that we've got an idea of who is going to be in the leadership over at the 38th Guam legislature, the other question is, who are the leadership in the leadership going to be? Yep. Therese Terlai is only going to be the speaker for a little bit longer. That's all going to change. Who will get the speakership in the Republican majority that is out there? You got guys like Frank Blas Jr.
There you go.
He's been
that would have been my first
He's
call.
done his time.
Yeah.
He's done his time. Then you got Tony Ada.
Oh, yeah.
Right? No problem getting 16,536 votes, but he has been in and out of the legislature, pursuing positions like lieutenant governor several times, and I don't know. Maybe he will get rules. I don't know where this is all going to end up. I hope that we don't see the beginnings of a rift in the Republican Party first off. You guys need to start having your own little caucuses and sort all of this stuff out and make sure that the transition between what I think has been fairly smooth with Speaker Terlai moves forward. And then there's the other part. What are we going to see out of this lame duck legislature? What are we going to see out of this
pizza parties?
Right?
Yeah. A few good pizza parties.
Yeah, hot dog parties, all of the other stuff. And we'll ponder all of that as we make our way through the Ray Gibson Show at 6:23 in the morning. And normally I'd break here and then come back with the song, but I don't know if you'll notice this, but we haven't played any political ads here this morning. There's no songs about honky waves and all of that stuff.
I kind of miss it.
No more of the I'm so-and-so and I approve this ad.
Oh, approve this.
That's all gone. So that means I will have to talk more between now and 10 o'clock in the morning. But that's all right. So the 20 after break now has been eliminated in favor of getting to the yak yak faster and playing this song here.
Sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name, and they're always glad you came. See, our troubles are all the same. You want to be where everybody knows your name. You want to go where people know people are all the same. You want to go where everybody knows your name.
Honky wave. I think maybe that's what it was. Hey, poor Donna. I feel bad for Donna.
You do? Why?
Yeah, because there's nothing to report today. So first of all, there's going to be one story. Everything today is going to be about the election here and the election stateside. And one of the problems that she's got going through some of the news here is there's a lot of scripts, and then they throw to a pre-recorded video of somebody making some kind of a statement, which means that Donna has to watch and transcribe all of those videos. And
she can do it.
She's making the face like, I'm not doing this. Never mind, it's not really news. news anymore.
Come on, Donna,
It was
Wednesday.
news in the middle of the night. It was news, but it's
I
not now.
transcribed one video.
That's enough?
1 out of like 10.
Yeah, you'll hear. So just FYI, you're going to hear that story every newscast between now and 8:30 this morning. But Donna, here I just want to let you. You're missing. We've got 2 really good magistrate reports. Have you seen them?
I didn't even open it.
Oh, you got to open up the magistrate reports.
Okay.
If for no other reason,
Are
we
these
got
love stories.
No, I don't see any love
Nah.
stories. I've got possession of a Schedule II controlled substance. No surprise. But it's the AKAs. The AKAs today have it.
Oh man.
Did you see that? AK Scott Martin Flores, AKA White Boy. And then we've got.
Those are my people.
Then we got this one here: retail theft, resisting arrest, which also ended up with an assault on a police officer. Good job to Red Noise.
Red Noise.
Noiz, Red Noise, AKA Red 12 Tifong.
Okay.
Yeah.
Up in the streets.
I'm just saying, we got maybe we can get some hard-on crime Republicans in the 38th Guam legislature.
You're in trouble,
that will
man.
say, oh, yeah, cool gang name. They're
You
going to
and
love
your
you.
funky name,
We're
you're
going
in
to love you
trouble.
in prison in the States. Okay, where are we? 6:26 in the morning. At number 1 here this morning, looks like big man Rico Blancaflor made it.
Baba Yaga.
Baba Yaga in the
Baba
house.
Yaga.
So big question. He changed his profile picture after he voted yesterday, and he was wearing his red MAGA hat. And so we're all kind of asking, when you voted, did you wear your red MAGA hat when you went in? Did they let you wear it?
Can you do that? Yeah.
It shouldn't make any difference because technically he's not really on our ballot other than the straw poll.
He voted with the pencil.
Shouldn't have made
right?
any difference. I don't know.
pencil.
Anthony Bennett, Lujan, Duane is hanging out in there. Elizabeth Mendiola Kitsachu saying Biba. Lori with a Y, Duaneus off of Henry Manglonia. There's EOD Kaboom saying, hey, good morning, Guam. What do we know about EOD, guys?
Hey, hot wives.
I heard. James Bondo is online. There's Henry Manglonia. Anthony Bennett, Lujan, Duaneus has got to be among the happiest people in the whole wide world. Virtually every person that she wanted to get into the legislature.
It was because of her.
And the one guy that she wanted out. she got her
You
wishes.
did it.
Got her wishes overnight. You did it, Auntie Bennett. We did it. Big man Rico, like I said, Jane Nauta's online. Stephen Liz Amagwin watching the program. They're happy. In the last several days, they've become real evangelists, if you will, for Jimmy Craig Moilan, among a couple of other people that are no strangers to the Point Familia. Stephen Liz online saying, good morning, fellow Islanders, and congratulations to Congressman Moilan and his intelligent and competent team. Congratulations to all of those who were elected to by our intelligent voters. I'll go more on that in a little bit. Mark Mendiola is online here. There's Bob and Connie Bartonico. And a reminder, go to thepoint.gu and look for information on the big pickleball training deal that's coming up soon. Joe Takai is there saying good morning to the Woostig neighbors. Rudy Rodolfo, the original Burger King, looking down upon all of his
Morning,
subjects.
Your Highness.
Saying, good job, I'm sure. Johnny Atulai Taitano watching the program. Ismail says, New York may turn red. Hispanics and blacks are opening their eyes out there. Jeff Pleadwell is online. Elon Musk recently tweeting, the cavalry is here. Men are apparently voting in incredible numbers that
real
they're
men.
seeing. Yeah, real testosterone.
I like that. Real men.
Tired all of this beta male soy boys trying to tell me how to live my life, what kind of deodorant I'm supposed to wear, and how to be to speak intelligently and romantically to only women all the time, even though they might not have been born women. I think it's just a whole bunch of people coming out and saying, "What's that?" Felix Bamba, I told you, irresponsible,
Man, all the Bambas are here.
incorrigible things may be coming out of my mouth here today. Where was I? Joe Takai out there and Felix Bamba, Auntie Bennett, Lon Duenas says, my predictions worked. It's all caps. She's writing in all caps. Vote for change. Republicans all the way to Washington, D.C., except Fisher. As we're all strong like Eric Chong. There's Chris Frank. Cousin Teddy is watching the program. Cousin Teddy, who told me this morning on the meme machine, you better smile all morning long. Better have that big smile. All right, I'll work on that. There were a couple of other points that he wanted to make about the responses in the legislature. Now I want to see if I got one of them. Congrats, please. No crossover for leadership committees. I know Tello wants speakers, either Frank Blas, Tony Addis Speaker, and Vice Speaker. Just his loving opinion. Gotcha, buddy. Mike Grace Blas, Johnny Utah's online. What's that, Rico? They really banned voter ID in California. Cali's electoral vote should be made null and void. The only reason to ban ID is to cheat. I don't disagree, but try to get the Supreme Court on that. Joe Cruz, let me see. TJ Mendiola, Maria Duenas Paris, wishing good morning to Hafa Joe Takai. What's that? Pinitizu. Good morning, beautiful, says Joe Cruz. Dean and Liza Castro, Jerome McDonald, Ron Castro, our favorite guy artist watching the deal. Who else is there? Jack Larimer saying good morning to everybody. Frank Gunner Salas. Don't worry, Frank, I won't forget to make sure we give the United States Marine Corps a plug for their big get-together over the weekend. My God, stuff is going on. This is going to be a crazy busy weekend. We got the Retro Rewind on Saturday night over at Club Zoe or Globe or Onyx, depending on how old you are, what you identify as here. But we'll give you details on that particular party over and over and over again because we don't have any more political spots. So expect to hear a lot of different plugs for all of that. We got the Marines party, and don't forget Patrick Lujan. We've got the strongman competition going to be taking place on Sunday as well. Thank God Monday is a holiday.
It is?
Yeah, it's in the
You're
company
so
chat.
out there, Donna.
Stephen Blake watching the
Not in
program.
that
Real guy. Morning, guy.
She didn't. Not only did she do, you can just mute it if you don't want to play along with everybody.
Yeah, we got to work Monday.
Yeah.
You be here on time, Donna.
The Bandits online. Janine Bloss is watching the program. Hi, Janine. Let me see. Auntie Bennett Auntie Bennett is saying good morning to everybody. She's the happiest lady, happiest Republican on Guam. Janine is saying good morning to everybody. Big man Rico, Keena McCausland, Nate Horn checking in, saying good morning, Guam. What's that? John Harold Menglotnia Napati. There's F. Ramos and Attorney General Douglas Moilan is watching the program. Doug, did we get any complaints? Did anybody reach out to the Attorney General's office and suggest that there was any kind of voter violation or suppression going on yesterday? I know that the guys over at District Court and the U.S. Attorney's Office were looking into that. Andy Terlahi, Bistra Rusinova Mendiola is watching the program here this morning. Bistra, you keep running. You keep running and get out there and keep waving, and because we need your kind of common sense. You are the 10th Republican that I would have liked to have seen in the 38th Guam legislature. Next time, girl, next time. Let me see. Kim Aiken is watching the program.
Are you sure it's Kim?
He's aching for bacon. Off a day to Andy Terlai, 11 for 15.
Turn around, Kim.
11 for 15 in my senatorial voting. I feel like that's a win, says Andy Terlahi. And Bistra says, Ray Gibson, message sent loud and clear indeed. Beautiful Sarita Guerin is there. Roland Torres. Luisa Borja, she knows how this works the day after an election. I got, let me see, Frank and Ali Malakis, Dave Rowley checking into the program this morning. Hey, look, Steve Love is online here.
Morning, Mr. Love.
Mm-hmm. There's stuff in my head.
Don't do it, man.
There's stuff. Easy.
No.
Steve Love. looking for the arms of some of the ladies that lost their election last night. Here, let me make you feel better. Fall into my arms. Sinette Adna Vasquez checking in from stateside. Good to see Ike Iseki online. Who else is playing around? Johnny Atulai, if I didn't say his name already. That's cool. No, I think everybody else is just yakking with each other now and just enjoying the back and forth of the events yesterday. And fingers crossed about what we're going to see stateside today. Maurice Solis is online. Who else is there? Ken Augustine. Alicia Duenas Anderson saying, good morning, Pika's best radio station. Go Republicans. Lulu Nye is checking in. I got Dr. Hal Wen saying, good morning, Guam.
Morning, Doc.
The people of Guam have sent a message, time to change. Now we are looking to make changes in 2026. Ooh, how about that? Auntie Bennett says, bye-bye, Fisher. Who else is online with their comments? Ben Servino, good morning, Ray, and Point Familia, Guam, Biba, and congratulations to all of the candidates that were elected into office. You know, let me take that just one step away from there. Congratulations to all of the candidates that put their name out there and subjected themselves to scrutiny, criticism, one way or the other. You know, it's not easy to do, and it's a pain in the ass going through the entire process of getting your name on the ballot and filling in all of the paperwork and all of that. It's a whole other life, and it's not for everybody. I learned a long time ago it's not for me either. So for you guys that go out there and do that kind of thing, way to go. And if you made it, congratulations. If you didn't make it, there's another election in 2 years. And it will be a big election. We got Josh Tenorio looking for a shot at moving across the aisle over to the governor's office at Adelup, and now maybe a chance to see, depending on how much political credit, how much political equity has been added to some of the Republicans. What will we see? Will we see groups of Republicans, maybe one or two over here, lining up and saying, I think, if you and I together against Joshy, should be easy. And you got an opportunity as a majority in the 38th Guam legislature to be able to control the trajectory of certain ad loop wish list items. Does that make sense? I hope it does. Big Sister Shelley online. I'm surprised she's awake. I figured by now she'd be sleeping. I know she watched the count all night long. Hey, look, Brad Wood is online.
Morning, Wood.
He says Trump. Why not? Good to see you there, Brad. Nice to have you in the mix here this morning. Pat and Norma Jean Flores, Ursula Franquez Garrido. I got a big list here today, including Dwayne Santos, who was able to get his vote in, but nobody from the Election Commission. This is blemish number 2. Number 1, they left RFK's name on the ballot, and number 2, they didn't bring him any Little Caesars pizza. Yeah. Hey, listen, Dwayne, when you're out of the hospital, we got to get together. I got to introduce you. I mean, I know places that make pizza way, way, way better than Little Caesars. If that's your go-to for the pizza thing, we need to educate you on where you might be able to find some even better stuff. And maybe when I say better, I mean people that might actually be in a position to sneak it into the hospital for you. Michelle Conception is there. There's Tony and Annette Unpinko Ada, who Real Joe, I don't think we've seen the last of. Tattoo Shauna is...
You're welcome.
The Tattoo Shauna is online, and there's
You're welcome.
Teacher Gina Marie Tenorio Call. Army Lynn is online. We got balloon smugglers all over the place here.
Yeah, we see you.
Isn't that nice? I got, I don't know what to say this name. It's written backwards. That's why it looks like something.
One of those.
Dak Filk is saying, Buenas todas.
You're
Good to have you on. Dwayne Santos says, I will call you, sir. All right. And Nick Paris says, Biba Sean Gumatauta. All right. That's the YouTube side, sir. Sorry, Facebook side. On the YouTube side, favorite guy artist, Ron Castro is there. Carolyn Long, who's already retracting messages here. Rudy Rodolfo, there's Frenchie. I got my pronoun is mom. Congratulations to our butt-kicking Republican candidates. Tom and Napati is there. Far from home. My pronoun is mom. I want you to know that's okay. I need that gloating. I want especially the voters, to make it very, very clear. Thank you very much for humbly asking for our votes. But I think there were a lot of people out there that are just tired of hearing about all of this money that's washing through the government of Guam, but all the crap that we still have to put up with as actual citizens of Guam. Why does it have to wait every 2 years before we start seeing what looks like somebody wants to pay attention to the problems that everyday Guamanians have? Tommy Napati is online. There's Far From Home, says Buenos Ray and Point family. MP Ogo is there. Auntie Bennett Lohan Duenas, loving every minute of it on this side. Dirtbag Forever says, already voted, so relieved. I didn't see Lou everywhere.
Dirtbag Forever.
Dirtbag Forever also wants to know, hey, Ray, how many write-ins did you get this year? And I don't know. I did not write myself in, and nobody sent me any pictures of their ballots with my name on them. Although,
because Maria threatened everybody yesterday.
I took a pic. No, I did write in. I wrote in our friend Andrew, the guy that calls in every once in a while. I wrote him in. Okay. I wrote him. So he's got
Congrats,
it.
Andrew.
He's got at least 2. Dirtbag Pro Boy. Here's an old one. No octopus pew pew this year. Yeah, but it might be red noise around the next election. Marchu Relativo, yay, no more campaign commercials. How long will it take for the campaign billboards to be removed? Some of the losers might want to start collecting those right about now, because otherwise that wood looks pretty good for my storm shutters. Know what I mean?
You got to put up the little thank you on it, even though.
That's what? Should. Here's the thing. Where's the wave? There's going to be waving.
Yeah.
I got it. We'll take care of it. There should be some amount of waving here this morning, the thank you waves. I want to do me a favor, for those of you that are already on the road, lingering around some of the major intersections. If you see somebody out waving, send me the picture, 7978255. Because
we want to see it.
Normally, what happens is when it's the early morning of the talk show, just a day after the election, it's hard to get a hold of some of these guys because literally they're either sleeping off a hangover from the celebrations the night before, or they're already
They're
out there
waving.
doing their thank you very much wave. So I want to know who's doing
they are.
who's doing the Vince Borja, you better be out waving right now. You know, you're the guy that's been trying for asking for this job for 3 cycles, right?
Hit the ground running.
Hit the ground running. Steve is online saying, good morning, thank you, and intelligent voters who voted for Congressman Jim Moilan. Oh, I read that on the other side, too. Bad Boy 671 Barbecue. Roxy Pretty Girl says, Biba Sean Gumatau and Chris Duenas. I wonder if that's the Roxy Pretty Girl, like Roxy is in Touré. You know what they say about Touré,
Yep.
Real Joe?
Cameras everywhere.
Andy Terlai says, I should wear my red uniform shirt. Andy, I was looking for... the only red shirt that I have right now that I think I look good in, that I still fit...
Yeah.
As it's got nothing but beer bottles all over it.
Oh,
yeah, it's one of those kind of fun
would.
shirts. Heather Pears is there. Bandits and let me see. F. Ramos, no cell phones in the booth. Dwayne Santos says where the rain is falling heavily out where he's at. Joanne Bobbas is watching the program, and Ken Augustin says Ginger can try again. Not. That's what he says. I'm just reading it. The Christine Oliver saying good morning to everybody. It looks like the gang is all here today. So all we got to do from there is. Go from here into an actual newscast, and we'll take a look at what's going on in the world of traffic and round out the rest of the hour. Virtually everybody on the W list here this morning, as in winners, is a target for some airtime today. Hope it's all right, but I do want to hear from some of these people on because I never bothered to interview anybody. I'm lazy that way. But now that their name is on the column that could be could be verified by the Election Commission and certified by the Election Commission, I'd kind of like to know a little bit about some of the first things that they're going to do when they get in office. Some of the first measures that hopefully they've been writing around in their head. 641 on the Ray Gibson Show. Donna D with that first big look at news and headlines. We are prepared to go short.
Okay.
Cool. What's going on?
29-year-old former DOC officer Raymond Tahmed was set to admit that he tried to have sexual relations with who he thought was a 13-year-old girl he met online. It was actually an undercover agent with the Air Force Office of Special Investigation. Tahmed was in duty uniform when the feds picked him up at the visitor center of Anderson Air Force Base, where he thought he was meeting the minor. He was set to appear in district court yesterday. And North Korea launched a ballistic missile toward the East Sea yesterday. The Joint Chiefs of Staff are analyzing the launch, but Guam Homeland Security confirmed it posed no threat to the Marianas. This latest test follows a recent intercontinental missile launch, adding to tensions in the region. Authorities continue to monitor developments closely. And Movember is raising awareness for men's health this November. The movement, started in Australia, tackles mental health, prostate cancer, and testicular cancer. Movember encourages men to grow mustaches and prioritize health. Prostate cancer is common, especially after the age of 50, making regular screenings essential. Learn more at Movember.com. And those are your local headlines on The Point. Now back to Ray.
What happens if you've already got a mustache? I've got a mustache and a beard to go along with that. Can I still play? Am I still allowed to participate in the Movember nest? We'll work on that. 6:43 on the Ray Gibson Show. More. We'll take our first big look at post-election traffic here, probably on the other side of this short break.
Stay cool all year round by checking out Johnstone Supply for your HVAC and refrigeration needs. Located at 170 Guerrero Drive on Picanell Road in Tamuning, call Johnstone Supply today at 671-649-0581. That's 671-649-0581. Open 8 a.m. to noon and 1 to 5 p.m. Monday to Friday. Open Saturdays from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. and closed on Sundays. Stay cool with Johnstone Supply.
Well, hello, everyone. It's Ray Gibson. Thank you so much for voting me Radio Personality of the Year and the Point Best Radio Station and Pika's Best of 2024. Hey, congratulations to Daryl Lizama of Boss 104 for winning the Best DJ category again. And congratulations to our fellow nominees, Albert Wan, Allison Palmer, and Sean ZB. We want you to celebrate with us at the 80s and 90s Retro Rewind November 9th, Veterans Day weekend, because you are the reason why we made it. We've got a $1,000 money drop, groovy t-shirts, and other cool giveaways throughout the entire night. Get your tickets online at guamtime.net, and then we'll see you at the party. Thank you all for your support. See you soon. Special thanks to Lolita Kemet of Papa Day Realty.
Retro Rewind, November 9th at Club Zone.
And special thanks to the local Grindhouse in Barragata.
All right, thanks very much. 6:44 in the morning. Like I said, traffic on the way. Going to be hot today. They're talking about a heat index with about around 94 in between all of the showers and thunderstorms that are also in the forecast. So if it gets a little bit too hot for you, swing by Hafaloa. You can find them over at the old Cowboy Ninja in the W, and they got all kinds of, as usual, just the incredible, frozen treats and cold treats, ice keki. They've got this thing called a Breeze, vanilla soft serve, and fruit juice. And inside the Breeze, you pick your favorite flavor, strawberry, orange, tropical pog. I love passion fruit, orange, and guava. What a great flavor. Thank you, Hawaii, for giving that to us. Pineapple, calamansi, and plenty more. So, like I said, it's going to get warm today. Go cool yourself off at Hafaloha. School today. School's back on. That can be a news story, right, Donna? Kids got to go back to school. Put your computers away.
Back into real school, actual school,
get your
not
Wi-Fi.
online school.
Exactly.
They didn't go online yesterday. Let's be real.
Right? What time does the beach open? Let me see. Don't see any traffic here this morning. It's rather quiet all up and down Marine Corps Drive. Nothing major getting into Anderson Air Force Base. Tiny bit of traffic just south of Paris Acres. And we got nothing going on all the way to intersection of 1 and 3. A little bit of southbound traffic in that direction. Nothing over at the Micronesia Mall intersection all the way over to 8, 10, and 16. Only thing that you're going to see at some of these intersections might be excited politicians with their excited thank you very much for your vote waves, which I am encouraging here this morning. Like I said, if you got a picture of one, send it in 797-8255. Come on, Marv. I know you got your phone out there for Jesse. Let me see. We got southbound from Micronesia Mall into Upper Tumon through the rest of tomorrow. Nothing major there. Not even traffic in front of Kmart just yet. And it's clear all the way into the downtown Gutney area. No major traffic on Route 8. Nothing on Route 4, although it's starting to get a little bit busy over by the Cost You Less intersection. Ta is running clear. Marine Corps Drive all the way to Bing Navy and Sumai is looking pretty good here
all
today.
The police.
That's what we're going to call
There's
it.
Cops, Ray.
Bing Navy.
Bing Navy?
Yep. I don't know nothing about no cops, but the guys always say that you got to be careful over by the port because they got the port police are kind of magodai to write tickets, I guess. Anyway, 646. There's your right now traffic. This is The Point.
At APL, their expertise and extensive work can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing their efforts in giving back to the community. APL's dedicated team in Guam and the U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com.
Wendy's has brought back the 2 for $4 breakfast deal. Mix and match to satisfy your morning cravings. Choose 2 from the sausage biscuit or sausage and cheese English muffin, small seasoned potatoes, and medium hot coffee. That's right, pick 2 for just $4. Head on over today for the Wendy's 2 for $4 breakfast deal. Choose wisely, choose Wendy's.
It's the Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Right on. I love the endorsement. Doug Moilan says, good morning, all. Congratulations to The Point listeners. We were heard loud and clear. Shared values by Republicans and Democrats alike. January 2025. This AG is ready to support good government. Yes, indeed. 648 on the program. Where am I headed now? There were a couple other comments that I wanted to make, and I'll get around to doing that. But I want to get this guy on the air and then off the air so he can go and get a nap before he goes on with the rest of his day. Nick Delgado from KUAM. Buenos and half a day. Outstanding job. I'm looking over the KUAM website. Interviews and on-scene discussions virtually everywhere all night long, and obviously keeping track of what was happening over the tabulation center. How you feeling, buddy?
Yeah. Hey. Good morning, Ray. Good morning to your listeners. I'm ready to shut my eyes for a few hours, but feeling good.
I'll try to keep this short so you can get in and get out. I gotta go find a picture, and I don't know what time it was taken, but it was obviously somewhere in the middle of the night with Destiny and Jimmy Craig. And Destiny looks freshly minted. That woman never looks tired. Have you noticed?
Yeah, I know. I get to sit next to her every night.
I mean, not one little tiny lashlet out of place. It was amazing. I'll find that and put it up on the screen. All right. So, what did you think of the election? You know, you got we all got the exit results around the same time. Saw the graphics that went up there, and I think Dr. McNish did a good job with his exit poll. And I think it largely predicted, while it didn't rank them the same way, largely predicted some of the faces and some of the names that we're going to be inaugurating into the 38th Guam legislature.
Yeah, and then you're right. Those results from the exit poll onto what the results we saw at the final time of the night, that's what people were anticipating. Not so much if you're on the Democrat Party, but the mood from the beginning, the energy was high all the way until the second batch of results. And it was only halfway through the night where we already saw a shift in the mood, and then the shift already where candidate Ginger Cruz started off the night, that part of the second batch of the results coming in, already conceding to James Moilan. And so that just kind of unraveled from there.
It was interesting that, and maybe some of the placement issues between the exit poll and the final results, final unofficial results, may have to do with the fact that we had, I think, some successful numbers in the early voting. 10%, fully 10% of the registered voters voted early, and those numbers were kind of in the bank already. And I think if we'd had exit polling going on during that the early voting, we might have already been able to mark some of the trends that became a lot more evident in the overnight hours last night.
Yeah, I agree. And something that both parties, whether you're Republican or Democrat, were trying to tiptoe around was just saying it's still too close to call. Anything could happen when the first set of results came in. But the trend, it didn't change from the beginning of those first set of results all the way to the fourth and last set. It is what it is.
Now, tell me about the adventures over at the tabulation center. Everything goes as smoothly as predicted. I mean, they did the test over the weekend and did not see any major issues. And in fact, some of the changes in the systems wowed some of the old school election watchers.
Yeah.
Did everything go as smoothly as predicted last night?
Smoothly as predicted, and if not even quicker than predicted, because all the precinct officials that were there to reconcile each ballot box before sending it over to the tabulation machines were out of there at least by 12:30. And I'm talking about usually this is the time where they're not even out of there until at least 2 a.m. And that's with one or two tables still having issue. And so knowing that they were able to get that process out of the way quick and in a hurry, we knew that it was going to be a quicker night than usual.
It's crazy because the election summary that I'm holding has got a timestamp on it at 2:30 in the morning. I don't know that we've been through a general election that got finished any earlier than they did last night.
I can't say it any better in the words of the Guam Election Commission. They'd probably be saying to us right now, you're welcome.
Well, you know what? That's Maria Pangilinan. Excellent leadership that they've got out there. What have you been hearing from among some of the older pundits on voter turnout? I want to say that I'm encouraged to see that almost 50% of all of the registered voters went out and cast a vote.
Almost 50% is actually something that those that have been involved in the electoral process all these years are pretty proud of. Knowing, and then this is when I was speaking with Dr. Rangman throughout the night. He was telling me that when you compare it to other jurisdictions in other states throughout the nation, usually though they see anywhere from 20-30% even of voter turnout. Granted, they have larger margins, larger populations, but overall, in terms of percentages, Guam really showed out. So that's where we saw the nearly 50% of the voters. So
why did they show out? Among some of the conversations you must have been having, and as you could feel things shift into, it's not a trend, it's actually going to end up like this. What's the takeaway? What should the takeaway be from among our elected representatives?
The takeaway, and this was clearly stated from a couple of my commentators, which are University of Guam students, get out there and speak face-to-face with the voters. It's that face-to-face interaction that's really helped them to come out and make a decision of their own. It's not about gone are the days where we're like, okay, my grandpa said vote for this person. We grew up a Democrat or we grew up a Republican. It's really about that personal interaction that helped a lot of the young voters, and especially the young voters and first-time voters, really go out there and make that informed decision.
Now, there's an interesting point. If you're talking about university people, they also they created a spectacle in a good way over at the legislature just a few days ago, unhappy with the results of the budget, and went and protested and became politically active in terms of demonstrations and protests. Did that political action turn into voting action, do you suppose?
I don't suppose. No doubt it definitely did, because that's what those students were telling me. They weren't holding back. They weren't trying to mince words. They wanted action. They thought that priority, and they rightfully so felt that their higher education should be a priority. And a couple of the students that I did bring on throughout the night, Nicole Guerrero and Zia Sandoval, they expressed it very clearly that if these candidates told them to their face, and they did, that prioritizing education wasn't for them, then that helped them to decide when they hit the polls.
Yeah, and obviously you could see the activities turning into votes for and against. Interesting way that it's worked out. We've got a couple of your former colleagues back in Chris Barnett and Sabrina Salas going to be reprising their role. They ought to do a podcast from the legislature of one kind or another, maybe a video thing, just by way of keeping everybody informed and up to date on what's going on at the legislature.
Right.
I'd watch. I'd tune in.
I would listen to it, and I think jokingly at the beginning of the night, Dr. Rogman was saying through his exit poll that you have the Republican Party, you have the Democrat Party, and then you have the KUAM Party.
there's a bunch of people with some on-screen experience in there, including Sean Gumatautau, if everything holds, and he's able to maintain that position at number 15 or so. Interesting to see some of the names of people out, or is it Roy Kanata has been asked out of the legislature by the voters? Same thing with Kane Duane. Joanne Brown and Tommy Fisher are all going to be former senators in just a little bit. Any thoughts from you or some of the people that you've interviewed in the course of the evening about the turnover at the legislature?
And something that I was discussing with the commentators and even some of the party chairs that I brought on throughout the night, they were saying that, yeah, you look at the numbers and you look at how many people voted specifically for the top vote getter, Therese Serlahi. Way different from when you look at some of the other numbers in the number 5 slot, all the way down to number 15. And that's because at some point, Democrat voters, for example, decided they were only going to vote for specific candidates. So they may have not selected up to 15 voters. And while they thought that might have been the great strategy, that ultimately hurt the Democrats in the end by not getting the majority.
Or maybe even among the Democrat voters, they just took a look at the incumbent list and said, well, I think a message needs to be sent to them, and I'll say it for them. And the message, I think, needs to be, when we elect you to the legislature, we elect you to the legislature. We don't elect you to be a rubber stamp for ad loop.
And that message is being heard loud and clear.
I would hope so. We got the race between Jimmy Craig and Ginger Cruz. I did not think that the numbers were going to spell themselves out that way. I gotta admit, I thought that Ginger was running a really polished campaign out there. She was out there doing the waves. She got a song. She made a song to appeal to the young voters. I thought that was going to be all that needed to happen. What are you hearing from some of the people that you have been talking to? What happened to that campaign?
I think that a lot of the people were pretty stunned, agreeing with what you had just said. If they were watching a YouTube video on Instagram, their algorithms brought up an ad from candidate Ginger Cruz, no doubt. And so she was everywhere. And this is a woman that you and I both know has been in our homes and on our television sets since I was a little boy. Yeah. And so people were stunned to see the results end up the way that they did for the night. And even more stunning was seeing Ginger Cruz concede so early on. But it was, speaking with Dr. Romanich, he was telling me that as she should, because the percentages right now, they're just not in her favor. And she's so far below, even though she got what was more than 10,000 votes at least from what I recall throughout the night, and it still just wasn't enough to get her that through that threshold.
Recognized it early. Well, congratulations to everybody. I mean, there's obviously she's got some degree of political capital, and that might work down in the future. Who knows? Josh Tenorio might be looking for somebody to run with, and would Ginger Cruz be a solution to the who will be my lieutenant governor candidate? Interesting things all around. Listen, as I said, I want to try to get you off the air and as close to pillow as possible, so you guys can get ready for the post game coverage and put together a fantastic newscast for tonight on KUAM. And I guess the only other part of that's going to keep you awake is watching what's happening nationally. We're within a couple of hours of some of the polling states starting to shut down the vote casting and begin the counting. So I think that's going to keep our interest for the rest of the day. Nick, excellent job. Tell everybody I said thanks very much. Glad to be a part of the team. We'll see you soon.
Always a pleasure, Ray.
That's there. 888-8255, 888-TALK, 7 o'clock in the morning. Fox News Live is coming up. Donna D is going to extrapolate as much news as possible from some of the content and commentary and calls that we're getting, and expecting your calls at 888-8255, 888-TALK. That's on the other side of Fox News. I will be taking care of the extra point this morning for Jerry Roberts, and that's all ahead, so don't you move. It's Pika's Best 4 times running here. This is The Point.
I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News.
Let's see if we can close it out.
Former President Trump visiting his campaign headquarters in West Palm Beach earlier today after casting his ballot.
There are a lot of things that are happening in our country that have to be changed, and we'll do it, and we'll do what's right for the country. And I think that's why we're doing well.
Vice President Kamala Harris says Americans are ready for a fresh start and are tired of Trump.
The spirit and this approach that's been about trying to divide people and have them turn and point fingers at each other, I think people are done with that.
Doing a series of radio interviews in key states, including with 107.2 in North Carolina, before visiting the phone bank at DNC headquarters in D.C. a short time ago. Voting continues in Georgia after a series of non-credible bomb threats. 2 polling locations near Atlanta were evacuated for a while. This after an FBI statement that some bomb threats around the country appear to come from Russian email domains.
I just want to make sure everyone understands this, that Georgia's not going to be intimidated. Russia has just decided they picked on the wrong Georgia.
Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger, a man smelling like gas and carrying a blowtorch, gets arrested in the screening area of the U.S. Capitol Visitor Center.
One of the officers noticed a faint odor of gasoline, and when they pulled the backpack off the conveyor belt, they noticed a much stronger scent of gasoline.
Capitol Police Chief Thomas Manger, Fox is told that suspect had driven all night from Michigan to the Capitol, had a manifesto with anti-government and anti-Israel statements, and indicated he intended to deliver it to Congress, which is not in session right now. An Election Day rally on Wall Street, the Dow up 427 points at the bell. America is listening to Fox News.
Braces for a little while for a lifetime of confident smiles. Let Dr. Kaneshiro DDS MS kindly walk you through the process of orthodontics, straightening those crooked teeth and fixing that bite. You'll be even more confident to flash those pearly whites. Make your appointment with Dr. Kaneshiro today at 646-9890. Having a marvelous set of teeth is a confidence booster, so getting braces, always a great idea. Visit Dr. Kaneshiro today across St. John's and Upper Tumont, serving our island with his professional expertise in orthodontics for over 29 years.
For all your real estate needs, call the professionals at Hoffaday Realty. Jody, Saran, Libby, and Lolita, and they'll take care of you on every step of the real estate process. No worries. Just contact Hoffaday Realty at 588-4232 or 588-HOFFA, or email them at hoffadayrealty@gmail.com. They're at 426 Challenge San Antonio, Suite 204 in Tamuning. Open Monday through Friday, 10 to 4. Hoffaday Realty for all your real estate needs.
Ink the quiz.
Control of Congress is also at stake today, with each side sounding optimistic.
Republicans are hoping that winning some of those key down-ballot races would help them build their majority in the House and actually flip control of the Senate. Fox News Power Rankings have 22 seats in the House up for grabs, ranked as toss-up, many of those in New York and California. Republicans expected to pick up 208 seats to Democrats' 205. Democrats are hoping Republicans blow their ground game and that they can pick up enough seats to actually flip the House under their control. They think that Trump at the top of the ticket does them a favor.
Fox Business's Hillary Vaughn on Capitol Hill. The mastermind of a bribery and fraud scheme targeting the U.S. Navy is sentenced to 15 years in prison. Leonard Francis, known as Fat Leonard, is also ordered to pay $20 million in restitution to the Navy and to forfeit $35 million in ill-gotten proceeds. It's his second plea agreement, and he admits that he failed to show, fleeing the country for a sentencing scheduled in 2022. A suspected plot to sabotage flights to the U.S. after packages caught fire overseas.
Prosecutors in Poland say a series of parcel fires in European warehouses were a trial run, and the United States was the ultimate target. Packages containing explosives were allegedly sent via courier companies to 4 countries. They spontaneously blew up or burst into flames. Western security officials believe this was orchestrated by Russia's military intelligence agency, the GRU. Russia denies being involved. Poland's National Prosecutor's Office has confirmed 4 arrests, saying such parcels would ultimately be sent on flights to the US and Canada. Jonathan Savage, Fox News.
We're recapping the rally on Wall Street. The Dow up 427. The S&P and the NASDAQ also gaining more than 1%. Oil back over $72 a barrel. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News.
Start your day with KFC's $5 breakfast deals. Choose the AM loaded platter, AM chicken rice bowl, or AM sausage, biscuit, and gravy. And now, enjoy a cup of premium Lavazza coffee from Italy with every meal. Head to your favorite KFC for our $5 breakfast deals and enjoy a taste of Italy with every sip. Breakfast is served from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. daily. KFC. Finger-licking good mornings just got better. Introducing Nissan Guam's exclusive first-time buyer program. Perfect for those with little or no credit history, no co-signer required. It's simple. You apply, we approve. You drive away in your brand new Nissan. Low monthly payments perfect for any budget. Get started on your finance pre-qualification at nissanguam.com or call their helpful sales team at 671-647-7261 today. On approved credit, conditions apply. See Nissan Guam for details.
Proline Automotive. Are you looking for some eye-catching wheels? Need new tires? Maybe you'd like to spruce up the interior with accessories. Find what fits your ride at Proline. Call 646-5528. Follow them on Facebook at Proline Guam for all the juicy updates.
Celebrate Veterans Day weekend with Choice Broadcasting's 80s and 90s Retro Rewind, brought to you by Gringos, Off-Road Vixens, Girls Get 32, and by Bud Light. This Saturday, starting at 9 at Club Zone. And the 90s. DJ Daryl Ozama in the mix, playing the high school jams and the club hits with Ray Gibson on the mic.
There's also a money cash drop provided by Lolita Kamet of Hoffaday Realty and the local grindhouse in Barrigada, and other cool giveaways. Get your tickets now at guamtime.net for $20 plus additional online fees. You can get admission at the door for a little more.
See you at the Choice Broadcasting 80s and 90s Retro Rewind this Saturday, brought to you by Gringos, Off-Road Vixens, Girls Get 32, and by Bud Light at Club Zone.
Your 7 o'clock local news is brought to you by AB Risk Solutions.
Off a day at 7:07. I'm Donna DeJesus. Here's a look at your local news on The Point. The unofficial results for the general election are in. Jim Moilan retains his seat in Congress, gaining nearly 53% of the votes, while challenger Ginger Cruz got almost 47%. The 15 senators in the 38th Guam legislature, in the order of the number of votes received, are Therese Terlahi, Chris Barnett, Tony Ada, Josen Augustine, Sabrina Salas Matanani, Tina Munya Barnes, Jesse Lujan, Frank Blas, Shelley Calvo, Will Parkinson, Chris Duenas, Vince Borja, Sabina Perez, Tello Taitagui, and Sean Gumatautal. Republicans take the majority 9-6. Meanwhile, in the mayoral race, Kevin Susuico retains his spot as agate mayor with Chris Fajer in vice. Dale Alvarez for Santa Rita Sumai, Johnny Kinata in Umatic. BJ Terlahi is the new mayor of Zotnya. Wayne Santos for Ordat Chalampago. Rich Arroyo, the new mayor of Agana Heights. Peter Beneventi in Dedido with and Leon Guerrero Vice, and Francis Lazama in Jigo. The CCU, Melvin Duenas and Pedro Roy Martinez. And in the presidential straw poll, Harris Walls lead with 49.46% and Trump Vance with 46.22%. More news after this.
Boss, I got run over by a forklift.
Boss, I crashed a company truck.
What do we do? Our warehouse and inventory are gone.
Hi, this is Dave Silva from AB Risk Solutions, and it's time for Risk 101. Everything you just heard are examples of risk your businesses can face. Our job is to ask the hard what-if questions and teach you how to reduce your exposures and help you recover if things go sideways. We've got decades of experience in Micronesia working with businesses big and small. Call AB Risk Solutions today at 777-2668 for a free inspection and quote.
AB Risk Solutions, formerly known as Aon.
Guam's military buildup now includes 58 active construction projects. Projects span multiple bases, including Naval Base Guam, Camp Blaz, and Anderson Air Force Base. The construction, totaling $12 billion, supports relocating 5,000 Marines from Okinawa. In September, a $113 million contract was awarded for facilities at Camp Blaz, with completion set for January 2027. The construction team reported $809 million in work for fiscal year 2024, a record 99% completion rate. The team's safety rate has also improved, with only 0.05 incidents per 100 workers, well below industry standards. Captain Blake Burkett says these projects will endure for generations. And Jim Moilan, following a call from his opponent Ginger Cruz, says he's ready to move forward after her congratulatory message. Moilan, grateful for her call, expressed appreciation for the voters, thanking his supporters for their commitment. Now Moilan says he's up for the challenge ahead, determined to hit the ground running in his role. He also praised the Republican Party for gaining the majority in the legislature, seeing this as a strong start for Guam's future. Moilan stresses the importance of unity as he prepares to represent the people and work for the island's progress. And those were your top stories right here on The Point. Now here's Ray with your weather.
Can do 7:10 in the morning. I do have the weather out here. Partly sunny with highs near 87 degrees. When it's not scattered showers and thunderstorms, that's the forecast that we've got today. It's going to be one or the other, maybe both, depending on where you are. Careful out there. Mostly cloudy with overnight lows of about 76 degrees. Winds out of the east tonight up to about 9 miles an hour. Scattered showers and thunderstorms in the forecast over the next couple of days, including mostly cloudy tomorrow night, mostly cloudy on Friday with highs near 86 degrees. You know what I haven't even mentioned? By the way, it's Wednesday. Anybody? Have we haven't done the usual banter about not hump day or unsing for Christine Oliver. Anyway, yeah, middle of the weekend, that's where we find ourselves. So I would go ahead and make some plans for Friday and into the weekend. And if you don't have any of those plans, be listening carefully. We already told you about Retro Rewind over the weekend. We've got the big deal over at Family Beach for the Marines all day. And then if you're not going to do that, strongman competition down in EPAL. A lot of low-cost, no-cost activity is going to be taking place. Rip currents and hazardous surf warnings could be in effect by the time you hit the water. Double check on that. Sunrise this morning was at 6:17. Kind of soggy on the south end. Let's see if we got some new pictures from Jeff over at Pirates Cove, and sunset tonight going to be at 5:52. There it is. News and weather together on The Point.
It's here. BK's new Wednesday Whopper. A flame-grilled quarter-pound of beef topped with melting Swiss cheese, left and tomatoes, creamy mayonnaise, crunchy pickles, ketchup, and onions, topped on a sesame-seeded purple bun. Make a combo meal with our Things rings and a refreshing Coca-Cola. Add on our new churro fries with a chocolate dip available in an 8 or 12-piece. Now available for a limited time only at Burger King, Tumon Bay, Micronesia Mall, Hagutnya, and the airport. You rule!
Why limit yourself? Stream, game, and do all the things you love to do online for just $35 a month at IT&E. Sign up today for the unlimited data plan for just $35 a month. Bring your own phone or upgrade to a new phone on our device payment plan. Plus, enjoy unlimited hotspot when you add another line of unlimited data. This incredible deal won't last. Visit ite.net or see stores today to sign up or learn more. IT&E, connections that matter.
712 Ray Gibson Show being brought to you by the guys over at APL American President Lines, a global presence with a local home, and the guys over at NissanGuam.com and the World Wide Web. Now that we've got a big red wave over the island, big Republican majority over at the legislature, this could be the year that you get yourself a new car and you're going, yeah, but the last bunch of years they've wiped out my credit. What do I do, Ray? First-time buyer program over at Nissan. You apply, they approve, you drive away. Simple like that. You don't even need a co-pilot on this. You don't need a co-signer. You want details? All waiting for you right now at NissanGuam.com.
Read discover talk radio here. Your FM News Talk Superstation. This is The Point.
It's not doing it for me. I'm trying to get Grok to make me an image of a gigantic red wave, like over the island of Guam. So you got the wave; it looks like it's breaking. Then you got Guam kind of in the middle.
Yes.
And I just don't think Grok knows what Guam looks like or how to represent that. So I might just do.
Man, I don't know what Guam looks
hot,
like.
semi-thick Pinay chicks in red daring bikinis,
Semi-thick.
riding a red wave. I might just do
to
that.
you.
7:13 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show, representing the beautiful island of the beautiful village of Talafofo, Viva San Miguel.
Guam's Day begins.
It's Tattoo Sean Gumatautau, ladies and gentlemen. We congratulate him in a couple of different places. One of them as soon-to-be Senator Sean Gumatautau. Looks like you just eked out a spot here at number 15, according to the unverified, uncertified results of the Guam Election Commission. Congratulations, bud.
Hey, thanks, Ray, and thanks to all your listeners who are out there who got out to vote. You know, they exercised one of the most important rights that we have as American citizens, and I got to tell you, it was a big win on so many levels for the Republican Party.
Oh, absolutely. I'm going to spend. I've already spent an hour talking about the size of the win and where I think we need to go in the next couple of hours. I fully intend to spend a lot of time talking about how important this is now that the Republicans have gotten the majority in the legislature after a 16-year drought. Now I know that a lot of people bent their shoulders and energies to being able to get this significant victory for the Republican Party, and I know that you had led a lot of that charge here. So getting out from under candidate and soon-to-be Senator-elect Sean Gumatautau, let's talk about the work that the Republican Party has put into restoring that majority in the legislature.
Well, you know, Ray, the ride all began about a year ago, about a year and a month, when we told the party, hey, next year is a very important election. We need to get going. I was kind of recalling, I think it was like last week we had probably one of our final state party meetings. It was after a wave on a Wednesday. Everyone was Massahallam, and also they looked wiped out. Like it was like this was a long, long run. But all that work rate paid off yesterday in getting the 9-6 majority. It was clear to all of us, and you know, even though I was telling this to reporters last night, it's a big win, but the voter turnout rate, I mean, I cannot not say it that we as a community, the Republican Party, I'm sure the Democratic Party of Guam, I know the Guam Election Commission, but the voter turnout really, we got to find ways to continue to remind people just how important it really is to vote.
It's significantly better, obviously, than in the primary election, and I will always be down for a debate on the value of early voting and pre-banking all of these votes. But with 10% of the registered voters going out and voting in the early parts, I thought that was kind of interesting. And then we add a significant number of voters on top of that for a total of almost 50% voter turnout. Have not seen those kind of numbers in a long time. But I think that also goes a long ways to the message that I think the everyday Guamanian was trying to send to our elected representatives. We're not happy. The voters here were not happy, and they took to the polls in significant numbers to say so.
Yeah, no, absolutely, Ray. And I think as we looked at like the delegate race, they saw in Jim a guy who did a lot of great work for the island for the next 2 years. Let's keep him in there. In terms of the legislature, you're right. They just said, hey, we want to go in a bit of a different direction, and we're going to vote that way. That whole idea of voting differently for a change. And then in our island mayors, Ray, that's really the heart and soul of this election. There was 8 races, right? If you look at the 11 non-races, if you will.
Non-contested.
Non-contested. That only made up 41% of the total votes going into it. So the rest of it was all on these 8 races to put a lot more attention on them. And there were some very spirited races from north to south. And kudos to all of our mayors and vice mayors who also won. I think we kind of forget they're the guys that really do bring out that vote. They're the ones who are pounding the streets. The districts really are all kind of centered on that local politics, if you will. and it was super big for all of us.
Bro, did you see the results of Agate?
I did.
Brother Kevin against Mark Charfers. And Mark Charfers, a former senator in the legislature and has held numerous positions in the government of Guam, thought he'd put his hat in the ring for mayor and got spanked on this one. 75% of the vote went to Kevin, the incumbent down there. And delighted to see some of my favorite senators that were mayors, I almost said commissioners, they got to keep their seat for a little bit longer. Jess Allig, I think, mayor for life down there. Rudy Paco, mayor for life in my village. Junie Bloss, and even though she's a Democrat, I know that she sees things our way as well. And Jesse managed to hold their seats uncontested as the mayor and vice mayor of beautiful Barrigada.
And you forgot to mention my mayor, Vicente Taragui, in Calafofo, who has done a fantastic job. Our friend Tony Chargaloff down in Narahan, who has just done wonders in his first term, and we expect a lot more in his second. We can keep going down. We have a new mayor in Molesta. We have just absolute across the 19 districts, Ray. Just some big wins for our party. Some really tough races, and my kudos to our friends in those losses, because man, they really put their neck out there. And they really campaigned so hard.
Oh, absolutely. There was a hell of a race in Zotnia between Brian Terlahi and Deb Lujan, and likewise a hell of a fight in Agana Heights. I mean, I was up there recently swinging by Uncle Carl's place, and I was amazed. For every Richard Arroyo sign, there was right next to it a John McDonald sign, and a spirited race up there as well. And congratulations to Richard Arroyo, or as Governor refers to him, Ihu. Congratulations, Mayor Ihu.
And don't forget, Ray, the Santa Rita race too with Dale Jr. It was, John Olu Salvador was our candidate. She did a fantastic job too. We can't. Then also we have a new mayor, Dedito, now.
So there's a lot of what next and what if questions moving forward. We got a lame duck 37th Guam legislature, a number of senators who have been given their tickets to leave the legislature into the 38th and are not going to be returning. So that's got to be a consideration as we move through what's going to be done with measures that are still looking forward to get some kind of legislative resolution of the next 60 days or so. On top of that, there's going to be a race for who gets to be the speaker of the 38th Guam legislature. Therese Terlai's done, I think, an outstanding job trying to herd the cats over at the legislature over the last couple of terms as a Democrat, and soon to be a member of the majority or minority. She's not going to have that privilege again. So it comes down to, in my mind, just a couple of the old mossbacks of the Republican Party, including Tony Ada and Frank Bloss. Jesse Lujan is probably saying, "Hey, what about me? How come you never mention me, Ray? How come you always only mention Tony and Frank?"
Well, I mean, you're right, and I think that for the 38th Guam legislature, the selection of a speaker is going to be really huge, and I think as we kind of spend the next couple of days celebrating a win for us, for sure. Not far from my mind too would be who will we elect as the next speaker, and I think that person will be able to bring and bridge the gap to get all 15 senators working together to help provide that check, on the balance of power between the executive and the judicial branches.
So you guys, what you're saying, you're giving me kind of a wordy answer here that doesn't sound like we've talked about it yet.
My phone's ringing and my brain is...
Too bad. Too bad. You got to answer me first. So has the conversation come up about, in the event that there's a red wave?
I got to tell you, it's so surreal that people calling me Senator at ULG when I left last night. So I was just like, and this morning, I'm just trying to figure out which way is which at this point.
That's all right. It's still early for the question, and the good news is there's a couple of elder statesmen, if you will. Yes. Sounds funny to say, but there's a couple of elder statesmen in the Republican Party that I think are going to try to do what is right for the party and for the people.
No, absolutely right. I think that it's a big choice to be made pretty soon. Well, sooner than later.
You still got that gig at the university?
Man, I would love to get back into the adjunct pool, man. That law that we have to leave to be part-timer, because you're a part-timer, man, we got to change that, man. There's a lot of great people at UOG and GCC that can serve.
Oh, boy.
I can say it now because it's over, but I would love to get back into, I can't teach 2 classes, but I'd love to get back and teach. encouraging me if I did win to do that was Dr. Judy Guthert. So I would be more than happy to get back into it.
Let's change the rules. I agree with you completely. I think there's a lot of people that have got should have the opportunity to serve, even on a part-time capacity over at the legislature, maybe a full-time capacity at the University of Guam. I think there are, and if you listen to Nick Delgado and the conversation that we had in the last hour, the students at the University of Guam had become very politically active in the 2 weeks before the election, and he believes that them voting with their feet, going down to the legislature, and protesting their treatment in the budget, I think that that may have turned into some of that call for change that we're seeing here in this morning's news.
Yeah, I did run into a lot of my former students because I've been an adjunct there for 11 years, and I saw a lot of them down there. And I'm hoping that those are votes for me, man, because I'm going to help support them at UOG.
All right, we'll get together again sometime soon. In the meantime, as a Republican, obviously, and party guy here on Guam, you're going to pay a lot of attention to the national election. And a couple of hours from now, we'll start to see some of the polling start closing down and the tabulation beginning. And the exit polls, obviously, are going to get called by some of the major networks soon. Any predictions you want to make? Or is it still a coin toss? Are we still at a razor's edge between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump?
I see the polls, and sometimes I'm just in amazement about just how close it is. And I just can't get my head wrapped around, especially after certain things that are said, the policies and where we're headed, and it's still this razor close.
Exactly.
Oh my gosh,
How
so
is
crazy.
it possible that there's that many people? There's that many people that hate Donald Trump enough to embrace the flawed policies of the last 4 years. I mean, you just got to wonder about how much people self-loathe. It's 7:24 in the morning. Go catch a nap, and we'll talk again soon.
Thanks, Ray. Have a great one, guys. Thank you,
congratulations to you. Tattoo Sean Gumatauta from Biba, God's country, Telehofo, Biba, San Miguel, their patron saint, and I wonder if there were prayers to San Miguel by a bunch of the Republicans as they went to bed last night, wondering where the numbers were going to end up today. And it looks like a great day for the Republicans, as Donna reported in the last hour. We've got a Republican majority at the legislature for the first time in 16 years. Could have been better, but the voters chose to eject at least 2 members of the Republican Party that were members of the 37th Guam legislature. Perhaps we'll hear from one or both of those guys before the end of the day. In the meantime, it's 7:25 in the morning, and I haven't had a chance to take a look at any of the financials and the numbers. Probably not going to have a chance to do that right now. But just for a day, subbing for Jerry Roberts, we've got an extra point that originally aired in August of 2021. He says this is good for the election. It's 14 quotations to lift up freedom on the extra point, brought to you by First Hawaiian Bank.
Get ready to take off with the United Credit Card from First Hawaiian Bank. If approved, you can earn 30,000 bonus miles when you spend $1,500 within the first 3 months after account opening. So what are you waiting for? Pack your bags and let's go with the First Hawaiian Bank Credit Card. It all starts with yes. Terms and conditions apply. Offer is subject to credit approval and may change over time. To learn more, visit a First Hawaiian branch or go to fhb.com/United.
At APL, their expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing their efforts in giving back to the community. APL's dedicated team in Guam and the U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com.
Today, 14 quotations on the topic of freedom. And what does freedom mean to you? Maybe you'll think about that as you hear the words of others who've spoken on the topic of freedom. President Abraham Lincoln said, "We, the people, are the rightful masters of both Congress and the courts, not to overthrow the Constitution, but to overthrow the men who would pervert the Constitution." There's only one decision you need to make. You're either working at your freedom or you're accepting your bondage. Author Robert Adams said that. Number 3, may we think of freedom not as the right to do as we please, but as the opportunity to do what is right. Former Senate Chaplain Peter Marshall said that. Number 4, Greek statesman Pericles said, freedom is the sure possession of those alone who have the courage to defend it. At number 5, most people do not really want freedom because freedom involves responsibility, and most people are frightened of responsibility. Neurologist and later psychoanalyst Sigmund Freud. At number 6, the basic test of freedom is perhaps less in what we are free to do than in what we are free not to do. said social philosopher Eric Hoffer. Freedom is never voluntarily given by the oppressor. It must be demanded by the oppressed. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. said that. At number 8, people demand freedom of speech as a compensation for the freedom of thought, which they seldom use. Danish philosopher and theologian Soren Kierkegaard. At number 9, shout it from the mountain on out to the sea. No two ways about it. People have to be free. Ask me my opinion. My opinion will be natural situation for a man to be free. You were singing that, weren't you? The Rascals did in 1968. President John F. Kennedy at number 10, the rights of every man are diminished when the rights of one man are threatened. Parenthetically, I'm thinking of the rights of one squirrel and a raccoon. At number 11, the truth shall set you free, but first, it'll make you miserable, said President James Garfield. At number 12, don't regard yourself as a guardian of freedom unless you respect and preserve the rights of people you are disagreeing with. American physicist Gerald K. O'Neill. Number 13, if a nation values anything more than freedom, it will lose its freedom. And the irony of it is, if it is comfort or money that it values more, you'll lose that too, said author W. Somerset Maugham. At number 14, and the last one here, as long as men are free to ask what they must, free to say what they think, free to think what they will, freedom can never be lost, and science can never regress. French novelist Marcel Proust said that. That is this morning's Extra Point, our post-election Extra Point. Be responsible and make something good happen today. For 93.3 in the Ray Gibson Show and First Hawaiian Bank, I'm Ray Gibson, subbing for Jerry Roberts. Bump 7:29, and now about a good time to place the newscast. The Wednesday Whopper waiting for you. Limited time only over at Burger King. Everybody I know that's tried one is absolutely raving about it. We get questions every once in a while. People saying, hey, does that come in an Impossible Whopper variety? Yes, it does. You're going to love the way they put that package together. So check it out today over at Burger King. News this hour also being brought to you by Pika's Best for 2024. That's right, Half a Day Realty, featuring Jody, Saran, Libby, and my Auntie Loli, the top realtor for Pika in 2024. Try them out today. Got questions about real estate. Maybe you've had your eye on a piece of property, or maybe you're trying to get rid of the one that you're on now. 588-4232. Now with the news and the headlines, you ready? Here it comes. Donna D, what's going on?
36-year-old Sheila Babauta has died 3 weeks after a hit and run on October 16 on Dead Man's Curve in Asan. Babauta suffered severe injuries, including a brain bleed and broken bones. She was taken to Naval Hospital but remained in critical condition until her death. Her family is heartbroken, especially her son Lucas. A GoFundMe page is raising funds for her funeral expenses and to support her son. And police arrested Scott Martin Flores, a.k.a. White Boy, on Sunday during a traffic stop for no front license plate. Officers found a plastic baggie with a white crystalline substance and a glass pipe in his car. Flores claimed the items were his, saying, yeah, it's mine, it's a pipe for whatever. He was arrested and faces possession charges. The items were sent for analysis. And Republican Jim Moilan won re-election to the U.S. House of Representatives, defeating Democrat Ginger Cruz. Republicans will regain a majority in the legislature, winning 9 seats. Rich Arroyo won the mayoral race in Agana Heights. Kamala Harris and Tim Walz led Guam's presidential straw poll with 49% of the votes. The Guam Election Commission will certify the unofficial results in the coming days. And those are your local headlines. Back to Ray.
You're totally trying to trigger me. Yep. You're totally trying. I knew it. Totally trying to trigger me with the Kamala Harris thing. And for clarity, in case somebody says, hey, Kamala Harris won the straw poll on Guam, there was an error. I got a buddy of mine just up in arms about this. He says corruption. They knew he wasn't in the race. Why did they leave RFK's name on the ballot on Guam's straw poll? If you take the RFK votes of 938, add those to Trump and Vance and their 12,624, you come up with 13,562 votes. And RFK even said, I'd take me off the ballot, give my votes to Donald Trump. And if that's the case, then Donald Trump's 13,562 beats Harris Walz 13,510.
Oh my God, Ray, you're gaslighting everybody.
I will demand that they change that over at the Election Commission. What's that? No, it's just that everybody's going to say, "Oh my God, the Harris Walz won Guam." Yeah. And that'll get back to Trump. And Trump's going to say, oh, you wanted that defense system against the Chinese and the North Koreans? No, it's okay. We're sending it to Israel. We'll give it to Hawaii. We always
let
give the
them
good
have
stuff
it,
to
man.
Hawaii anyway.
We don't
forget
need
about
it.
you. Forget about you guys on Guam and all that brown tree snake money that we send you
We
every
don't
year.
care.
Forget about it. Let the snakes eat all the rest of the birds and the bats here on Guam. But it is still kind of amazing to me that after everything that has not happened around here, how is it possible that Harris Walls still managed to get 13,510 votes out of Guamanians?
Deport those people, man.
I can't think of anything less
right away
inconsequential to Guam than anything that they have been doing in the last couple of years.
Chinese voters voted
Did
for
you
that.
like that $26 chicken at the store? Is that what everybody's complaining about? How tough everything is. Well, who do you think made it that way? Udu, unbelievable, and then also Udu to vote for RFK and Shanahan, knowing that they shouldn't have been on that ballot. 7:33 in the morning. Otherwise, the rest of you are smart. Otherwise, the rest of you that put the Republicans back in the legislature and Jimmy Craig at Congress. Good job, outstanding work. 7:33. We'll find a way to take a look at traffic and more after these important messages.
Hold on, interest rates are coming down. And that includes residential loans whose rates are the lowest in over a year. If you've been putting off refinancing your home or purchasing a home, wait no longer. And there's our home equity or HELOC program, which gives you money without touching your existing home loan at the lowest rate in over a year. So come see us at Bank Pacific, please, where we've been making home loans for 70 years. Equal housing lender, credit conditions apply. Member FDIC.
Wendy's has brought back the 2 for $4 breakfast deal. Mix and match to satisfy your morning cravings. Choose 2 from the sausage biscuit or sausage and cheese English muffin, small seasoned potatoes, and medium hot coffee. That's right, pick 2 for just $4. Head on over today for the Wendy's 2 for $4 breakfast deal. Choose wisely, choose Wendy's.
Yes. I'm sorry, I thought I had more time. I'm used to the 11-minute breaks here going on with all of that stuff. It's 7:35 in the morning, and a quick look at what's happening on your roadways right now. Is it going to get busy? The schools are back in session, and that's pretty obvious at some of the intersections that we've got here on Guam. A tiny bit of traffic getting into Anderson Air Force Base at this time. Southbound Marine Corps Drive starting to busy up over at Ipao to Waisangsong. Might actually run into a couple of lines of traffic coming out of Waisangsong. Definitely going to see traffic off of Route 3 onto Marine Corps Drive, and then from south there, everything is looking pretty good. No major traffic over at the Micronesia Mall intersection. Upper Tumon traffic all the way to the Kmart intersection, running fairly clean right now. Traffic smooth coming off the Donkey Village intersection in the airport, and nothing major on 16 all the way to 810 and 16. However, on Route 10, on your way to the intersection, you're going to run into slower than normal traffic from about where the Untalan Middle School is through Wendy's and then right up to the intersection. Also intersection traffic at 10 and 15, and Ta'i is running a little bit busy this morning, and that's going to slow everybody down on Route 4 into town. Route 8 into town, no major dogging out traffic that I'm looking at right now. Southbound Tamuning all the way into Agania, running fairly clear, and I don't see anything major all the way down south into Big Navy in Sumai. So get out there, enjoy the drive, why don't you? 7:36, election morning on The Point.
Hey Guam! Looking for a place to chill and beat the heat? Hafaloha has got you covered. Enjoy their refreshing acai smoothies and bowls packed with fresh fruits and other nutritious fillings, or grab some shave ice that's drenched in tropical flavors, which will transport you straight to paradise. If you're after a meal to satisfy your curiosity and hunger, they have amazing local-style burgers, savory poke bowls, and creative appetizers like the poke nachos and Guam bomb roll. But before you wrap up your day, check out some of their unique merch. Whether you want beach vibes wear or something stylish for a night out, they got it. They're open all week from Sunday to Thursday, 11 a.m. till 9 p.m. Friday and Saturday, 11 a.m. till 10 p.m. Follow them on Facebook and Instagram at Hafaloha and at Hafaloha Concert Series for their incredible events. Call 671-989-3444. That's 989-3444.
At Guam Regional Medical City, we strive to care for our patients as we would our family members. With a team of interventional cardiologists, GRMC provides advanced care treatments for heart failure and heart attacks, coronary artery diseases, atrial fibrillation, and more. Let us care for your heart, one beat at a time. To make an appointment, contact GRMC's referral office at 671-633-GRMC. That's 633-4762.
7:37 in the morning. That's Beyond the Box time. Find them on the first floor of the Micronesia Mall. Hey, did your candidate win? Awesome. Go ahead. Reward yourself. That's all you. Yeah, sure, they did all the heavy lifting with the waving and buying ads and going out to fundraisers and stuff, but your support for them obviously helped propel them. So, you know what? Go and reward yourself for being such a big fan and get yourself, I don't know, a new phone or maybe a phone gadget that goes along with it. Some of these cool Anchor charging systems that are just absolutely awesome. Bluetooth speakers that are all over the place. And even the kind like Real Joe has that go directly into your ear bones. There's no real speaker as much as there's some kind of magneto device that talks to your bone, and that talks to the inner bones of the ear. Shocks is the name of the brand. They got plenty of them waiting for you. New stuff, too, over at Beyond the Box, first floor of the Micronesia Mall.
The Coconut Wireless is back. The Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Sorry, you know what? I've made friends with the guys that gave me that little camera pill.
Friends.
Yeah.
Oh, you're friends
Yeah,
now.
we're friends now.
Now that they've seen your insides.
Because they got a video of my innards. And I'm kind of interested.
They saw the gizzard.
They said, they kind of left it at, we think it's in your colon. We think it made it down to your colon. So
it's still there.
It's either there or it's not there, and don't worry about it. That was, remember last week? That might have been one of the most responded to programs we've done in a while. Forget about all of the other big shots that we've had in the studio, all of the groundbreaking. I can't believe we got them on the radio interviews. The thing that people seem to be most curious about was, tell me more about this camera pill that you swallowed and everything about that. But the question, though, that I have is I haven't heard anything from anybody, so I'm kind of curious to see if Dr. Uggan has had a chance to take a look at all of the feed, the hundreds of
the data.
Yeah. I want to be able to see all of that stuff and just make sure. Hey, what the heck? What's the point of doing this if I don't get some kind of a drive-by from the doctor on what they may have seen in there as it was making its journey through my innards.
Avoid your call rate.
7:40 in the morning. John Ananich online. There's Bill Friton saying it was Fisher's people that voted for Kennedy. Rosita Lujan Perez online. My friend Anna Hahn. Nice to see you there. Greg Kirabrock. Rosita Lujan Perez. Lynn and Vince Bora Polino. Mike Grace Blas checking in this morning. There's Chris Tovas. Gina St. Nicolas. Charlie Laurent from over at GRMC. Joy Unfinko. Ronnie Dionado. Hey, Teach. Nice to see you there. John Meyerich is hanging out. So is Adonis Mendiola, and so many more. Thanks very much for checking in here on the point for your post-game analysis of what's going on in the Guam election that took place yesterday. And as much as I want to say congratulations to everybody in the legislature that managed to keep their seat, and a whole bunch of new people that are getting new seats. They're already carving your big ass nameplate. That goes in the front. Yeah. We're going to cut down some trees in Phoenix today and get all that done. 7:41 in the morning. Pica's best mayor, Alex.
Pica's best.
Biba, congratulations there, Republican. How you doing?
I'm great.
Well, you weren't running against anybody. I mean, so it's mayor for life, I think.
Well, I like what I do. There's still a lot to do here, so I'm looking forward to a new term. I'm definitely looking forward to more things in PD. We for the last year, you know that we were looking for an executive director at the Mayor's Council of Guam, and so a lot of what my time was consumed with was council stuff. And so, I'm just really grateful for the people of PD for being patient with me and, just still trusting me and for their vote. There's a lot of PD listeners on here. I know it.
Yes.
So, you should throw us a bone too, Ray. Well, you do. So,
I love PD. It's not, for me, it's not just a place that I drive by. I've got people that I visit there from time to time. We'll stop by the stores when I'm doing my road trip. And you know that I am the biggest fan of the idea of restoring the old U.S. USO, the Hoover Park area, under the auspices of the mayor of Petey. I think there's just it's such a big. I want to say it's a big problem solver. It's a beautiful beach facility. They've got some infrastructure there, and there's just so many things that you can do there. You know what I'd do if I was the mayor? I'd like a thrift store on the inside. We'd go and have the cheeseburgers over here, and then on the inside of it, just kind of a thrift store where people can come by and get some clothes from somebody and pay just a little bit of money. You know who I'd run that with? I'd run that with the Department of Corrections. There's a program. I'm serious. No, there's a program that I was reading up on lately, and it allows clients in a correctional facility, obviously the low stress guys, to operate and manage a thrift store on the inside, and you'd buy them with prison credits or whatever. But that way, they've got a little bit of experience working in retail. And when the prisoners are finally drummed out of the Department of Corrections after having done their time, they've got some reasonably good-looking and current clothes that they can go out in. So it's a confidence boost for everybody. You don't have to do it if you don't want. I'm just saying.
No, it makes sense. Can I tell you? Yesterday it was just ironic because I had not seen him in a while. Mike Clement. Do you remember him? Do you recall Mike Clement?
Yes.
So he used to run the USO over there, the canteen or the restaurant side, and he just pulled me to the side and said, "Hey, what's going on?" And I started talking to him about it, and he had all these ideas, and I thought, okay, see, there's still people that want the same things there, and he's definitely one of them. So he did it for a little bit, a short stint, but he had some great ideas, and he really just looking forward to going back there. And I reassured him.
He's got serious management stripes. The guy held some serious responsibilities as a manager back at the old, I want to say the old Pac Star.
Oh, right. Well, and see, the thing is, we're playing politics, right? And so I kind of told him, I said, well, I think about this because hopefully, in 2025, you're going to remember that I said we're going to get it in 2025 because, it's a political year. It's going to be leading into a gubernatorial campaign year.
That's when all the good things are going to happen, as you say. 2025, everything is going to happen next year.
Yeah, paved roads, better water quality, all of that.
Says a Republican. Now, as a mayor, a Republican mayor to boot, you got to be excited about the red wave over at the legislature. Does that make it easier to the degree that partisan politics plays a role among the mayors? I mean, and you guys get what you want anyway because you're the mayors. But I mean, with as many Republicans there, does that make it easier for you? Does it make it easier for other members of the mayor's council to be able to look forward to more good things coming out of this legislature?
That's precisely the point, Ray. It is that I am looking forward to more good things, and it really isn't. It's not just cash in our pockets in the mayor's villages, but it's also to improve the villages in one way or another, to be a part of this economy, right? I mean, we are in the 19 villages. There's so much that each of the villages could do to generate their own income, to generate their own, the own way of life within the villages, not only to support their village, but to support the economy and perhaps even tourism. And I think the best way to do that is to work with a slate of senators who have the same frame of mind and not worried about all the other craziness.
The other distractions? Right. That can pop up from time to time when we have discussions.
So, I mean, I'm hopeful. And taking a look at that, of course, that's all I was looking forward to is who's. For me, it was tight. Right? I didn't know what was going to happen. As I was seeing the results, I thought, okay, let's go plan this. So, and the thing is, yes, in the Mayor's Council of Guam, party politics doesn't always play a big deal, but in the grander scheme of things, at the legislature, it's going to play a big role, and I'm happy that I'm a part of, I feel like I'm a part of the game, and I'm going to be here.
All right, well, I'm gonna watch. I'm gonna see if I can lubricate that process because I'd like to see more of an interchange between what goes on at the legislature and what actually happens in the village. I've always been, one of the guys that believes that for many Guamanians, their first and sometimes only contact with the actual government of Guam is via the mayor's office and the mayor's peoples. There's this whole other sets of bureaucracies in the administration, so many bureaucracies among the mayors. But we've got to close that gap, bring the people of Guam closer to the mayors, closer to the to where the decisions are made, including decisions like where we're going to put a hospital, how are we going to help the medical issues down in the south of Guam, what are we going to do about recreational facilities for the kids? People still asking for clamoring for more playgrounds and green spaces.
Right, and honestly, with the new slate of mayors as well, with the change, with just a new slate of mayors, I think working with all of them, whether Republican or Democrat, I think there'll be definitely fresh ideas and out-of-the-box ideas, I'm hoping, because we are no longer the grass cutters or just the grass cutters and the maintenance people. We do so much more like and so I am, stayed up late and ready to work today because I'm planning my game.
That's it. Start making your phone calls. Okay, congratulations. Guess what? We'll be in touch.
Let's go. Can we meet tonight?
7 to 7:48 in the morning. You have a great day, and again, congratulations. I don't know why you're running unopposed. Mayor for life and Pica's best mayor, Jess Alec. Fantastic talking with you.
Thanks so much.
All right, 888-8255, 888-TALK. I was remarking the other day, I was looking at something on Facebook, and there's a not a cost you less, but like there's a price Costco in the States, and you know what they're selling right now at this price Costco?
What are they selling now?
A 100-inch TV.
No.
100-inch TV. This is bigger than my bed. 100-inch television set. In fact,
we'll never leave home.
That's the idea. More on that in just a little bit, and some of the big crazy numbers they're talking about in entertainment. Can you imagine watching the election returns on a 100-inch TV yesterday? 888-8255, 888-TALK. And I'll bet you he hasn't slept yet. Congressman Jimmy Craig on the line here. Buenos and Afide, and congratulations to you, Congressman.
Hey, thanks, Ray. Good morning, Guam. And it was exciting, and I think I took a nap. But otherwise, I could use more sleep.
We call that the disco nap. So let's go over the trajectory of this election. I mean, it was crazy. It always felt like you were kind of on the back foot. I don't know if you felt that way, but as a Republican and somebody that's has expressed a bias for both of you, I thought it was kind of interesting that that there was a lot of defense that Jimmy Craig was playing in this election. If you don't feel that way, then that's fine with me. But there was a time where we were running ads for Ginger from Uncle Robert, from Uncle Carl. Mike St. Nicholas came out and endorsed him, and I thought, well, is that it for Jimmy Craig? But you didn't give up. You kept fighting.
That's right. Since the 35th Guam legislature, 36th and 118th, and now the 119th. So we were continuous in what we knew we were doing right. And it's consistency, and just never know what the other opponent's going to give to you. But you just keep on going for it. We were in the right direction, and now I'm happy that the Republicans took the majority in the Senate here on Guam, and likewise, I'm looking forward for that for the nation in the House too. So.
So am I. You got my fingers crossed for a red wave, but everybody's saying it's too close to call. In fact, the initial set of numbers that we got from the exit poll numbers that we got from Dr. Ron McNinch yesterday looked like a tie. You had a very, very narrow lead from those exit poll numbers against candidate Ginger Cruz on that one. But what did it feel like going from the exit poll numbers, because I know you saw them, and then watching the actual precinct figures come in? Tell me a little bit about the arc of emotions that you must have been feeling.
Well, with experience, we've seen those polls always in our favor either. But from what we learned from experience again with the 35th and 36th Guam legislature, the people as you go out there and talk and touch folks, you hear the consistency of what they had to say. Just like how we won in Senate and like how we won in Congress. So we were focusing more on that and seeing the positive comments coming from constituents and hearing from other folks. Not that we weren't worried, but that we knew we were doing the right things. And at the end of the day, it showed that the polls were, they did the best they can, but still it's the voters that count.
We talk about things like voter turnout and red wave. I use that because it's a fun analogy, and I know it triggers people, and it always triggers the right people. But there's to what degree do you also credit the fact that there was a higher, I think, than normal, higher than expected voter turnout, and clearly a message that was going to the everyday average Guamanian, to the Democrat Party of Guam.
You can see the values of the two different parties. And what excited us was that the early voting was a good number. And that shows people are ready for change, and we were ready to take that. And especially for the island of Guam with the Senate. It's been a long time since the Senate, the Republican Party has taken
16 years. You had never, as a senator, sat in a Republican majority.
I have not, and that was, I wish I did, because then you can move what you want forward. So now the Republican Party on Guam has that ability, and I think we've got some good leadership in there to make a change, especially during this time with our Indo-PACOM situation. And more importantly, we have all this surplus and taxes, which I attribute a lot to deal with the military buildup. Now with the Republican Party in charge and seeing where the focus could be in the budget, I think we can make some good difference for the island of Guam and public health, safety, and education too. Let's make this money or this capital put to well worth the island's goals and needs. And I'll be busy working in D.C. and the 119th to make sure we continue the funding to come on in for the protection of the nation and for the people of Guam.
It's one of those things. I haven't had a chance to spend a lot of time on any exit numbers for the down ballot for governors and senators, congressional representatives in the House in the last 24 hours. What is your read of that situation? Does it look like what happened here on Guam with our legislature is likewise going to be happening in the House and Senate in Washington, D.C.? Are we going to see a slate of new red states?
That's of course our goal, and with Mike Johnson as our speaker here, we were looking at that for quite some time, and that seems to be going the direction that we want. So we'll just have to see, and like you, I got to look at those numbers.
Been otherwise distracted, right? Because we got to get Trump in the White House, and then we've got to make sure that we maintain any kind of control over both the House and the Senate, and that way we can do away with some of the cockamamie nonsense that has been coming out before, and do some of the things like Elon Musk and Ron Paul want to do, and that is reduce the size and the scope and the powers of the federal government of the United States of America and give everything back to the states so that we can control that kind of thing. A couple of other things before I let you go. I know, as you said, you're looking for that nap. I don't know if you've gotten your first cup of coffee here this morning, but we've got some ground game that still has to get played here on Guam, and among them is where do we go with the leadership of the 38th Guam legislature? I don't know that it's too early to ask this question, but you have served with a number of respected and senior statesmen and women over at the 37th Guam legislature, 38th Guam legislature. Any recommendations on who you'd like to see as the Speaker of the legislature in this Republican majority?
Well, we want, of course, somebody that can work bipartisan, right, and somebody that can work well with our party. And when they get into their conference there, and I think that's where they have to iron it out. So
it sounds like you're going to stay out of this. Sounds like, yeah, I'm going to leave that question for Tony Ada and Frank Blas.
both my real true good friends, and I appreciate them, and I know they got a tough job ahead of them, but really the Republican Party comes together and do what's right for the people of Guam.
Jesse's gonna get mad at me again. So come on, man, you're not mentioning my name. You know I got more votes than Frank did. How come he's not mentioning my name here? As we all know, it doesn't come down to who got the most votes in all of in this. That doesn't necessarily determine who becomes the Speaker of the legislature. Maybe a factor. I don't know. But there's going to be an interesting dynamic since we don't want to necessarily get too involved in what goes on at the legislature. I will say there's going to be an interesting dynamic. In past, we have seen Democratic Senator Therese Turlai, Democrat Senator Chris Barnett, and Democrat Sabine Paris worked pretty well with the old Republican minority. Do you think that all of a sudden we got situations in the legislature where we might be able to turn around language that is veto-proof from, as Bob Klitsky would say, from the get-go?
there's always that possibility, and those working with the majority to have the supermajority by that. And that could be possible. But I think everybody's ready, and they see the change happening in the Guam legislature and want to make the right decisions for the island. And the governor, of course, I'm sure is looking at this too and seeing how to move forward. But overall, we're a small island, and I think we can get things done better with, even our direction better with the Republican Party. So I'm looking forward to some changes here.
Well, we're looking forward to some changes. I don't know if they've handed you your assignments yet for Washington, D.C., but we still got to do something about cabotage. We still got to do something about the Jones Act. I'd love to see a whole heck of a lot of action in Washington, D.C. and among the administration to working with you to see what we can do about a Philippines-Guam CNMI visa waiver program. And then at the end of it is get back on the dime on RICA and make sure that the downwinders here are capable of receiving the compensation they deserve.
That's right. And RICA's coming up when I get back to D.C. here shortly. With the Senate, we already have our working relationship with them and the Speaker. We're talking about what we can do to make this move forward as best we can on RICA, and it's not over at all. Likewise, we got plenty to do here on the island. So I'm excited, Ray. I want to thank the people of Guam. I want to thank our supporters. I want to thank my team that worked really hard, just like all the other candidates that put their best foot forward. And now, here we go. We're going to move forward. So thank you once again.
I'm going to give you an opportunity to wrap yourself up in just being among the best gentlemen I know and send your regards to your competitor in this race, Ginger Cruz.
To my competitor and all the competitors and the different races from mayor to Senate and, of course, Congress. I want to thank everybody for putting themselves out there and having a great team to come together and leaving their families and having their families to go through this all together as well.
As you say, for the families that have to go through all of this, spoken like somebody that's done some political work in his life as a kid or a nephew of somebody that's run for office. Yeah, nobody runs by themselves in this race. 7:59 and change. Congratulations, Jimmy Craig, CNDC.
You bet. Thank
all right.
you very much.
Wait, I should also congratulate Bobby Stringy. Way to go, Bobby.
Yes,
You're going to be at all of the single women. All of the single women want to friend you on Facebook and Instagram now. We got to break away. Fox News Live coming up in just seconds here on 93.3 The Point.
1 hour from now, polls begin to close. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News. Several districts in Kentucky and Indiana will be the first in the nation to stop voting. There's been a steady flow of voters in some closely watched counties, including Pennsylvania's Bucks County.
I just don't like Trump, and I think that I don't understand why felons can't vote, but he is a felon and he can run for president.
It just, money. You know what I mean? That's what it comes down to me. Money. Like, I had more money in my pocket for those 4 years than I do now.
Former President Trump casting his ballot earlier today in Florida, telling reporters he feels confident.
Look, I ran a great campaign. I think it was maybe the best of the three. We did great in the first one. We did much better in the second one, but something happened. And this was the best. I would say this was the best campaign we ran.
He and the former First Lady also visiting campaign headquarters in West Palm Beach to thank staffers. And in social media posts, he's been urging voters to stay in line. Harris running mate Tim Walz telling Pennsylvanians he hopes they saw themselves in the Harris campaign.
Rule of law matters. Constitution matters. The American experiment matters. Our neighbors matter.
Walz visiting a diner in Harrisburg earlier today, while Vice President Harris did battleground state radio interviews before visiting the phone bank at Democratic National Committee headquarters in D.C. and making calls to voters. There have been bomb threats against some polling stations around the country, deemed non-credible so far. The FBI says many appear to be originating with Russian email domains. An arrest at the U.S. Capitol Visitors Center, where Capitol Police Chief Thomas Manger says the suspect smelled of gasoline.
We found a flare gun, a lighter, and a torch lighter in his jacket.
Fox is told the suspect had driven from Michigan with a manifesto. America is listening to Fox News.
Whoever said no risk, no reward has never been sued. Hi, I'm Dave Silva from AB Risk Solutions, and our job for over 70 years has been to help businesses just like yours manage risk. Manage risk? We will never be able to totally eliminate the myriad of risks every business faces, but we can help you manage them and recover when disaster strikes. From mom and pop operations to high-rise hotels, we're the experts businesses have counted on for many years. Call me today at 777-2668 for a free risk review and consultation.
AB Risk Solutions, formerly known as Aon.
Next generation home internet has arrived at IT&E, and it's just as affordable as ever. Pay as low as $70 a month for Beam Plus and infinite data on your phone. Enjoy fiber class speeds at home and unlimited data wherever you go. Plus, get up to 3 months free and a free Amazon Fire Stick with Beam Plus. Get up to $200 in Amazon gift certificates when you bundle. Visit ite.com for details. IT&E, connections that matter.
One of the battleground states is Arizona, and there's a ballot that's 2 pages long in one county there, Maricopa County, taking some voters an hour to fill it out.
That lengthy ballot is also expected to impact those initial results that we will get tonight from Maricopa. Elections officials, in an update this morning, said 1 hour after polls close, they will be able to report results from about 75% of the early vote. As the night goes on, we will start to see numbers come in from folks who voted today.
Fox's Alicia Acuna also getting reports that Navajo Nation is requesting that hours be extended at their voting locations in Apache County because of some technical issues. A reminder that Fox News Radio will have special election night coverage beginning at 6 p.m. Eastern, about an hour from now. You can check for updates on this station or at foxnewsradio.com. A celebrity joke about the election leads to a tense exchange on social media.
Rihanna calls a woman a Karen and tells her to shut up after the woman said the singer should be arrested for joking about sneaking into the polls to vote in the U.S. presidential election. Rihanna's fans flooded her Instagram with snaps and claps in approval after she wrote on Monday that she would steal her American-born son's passport to cast her ballot for Vice President Kamala Harris. Rihanna was born in Barbados and isn't a U.S. citizen. However, one user wrote, "Illegal voting is a crime. Maybe she should be arrested for trying," to which Rihanna wrote, "Shut up, Karen." Karen is a slur typically used to refer to a middle-class white woman who is seen as demanding of another person.
Fox's Michelle Polino. A day-long rally on Wall Street. The Dow finishing up 427 points. That's more than 1%. The S&P up 70. The NASDAQ up 259. Also more than 1%. And Lisa Brady. This is Fox News.
Shop, dine, and win at the Micronesia Mall. Exchange your mall receipts by November 8th for game cards to snag instant prizes from Burger King and Foot Locker, or receive a grand prize entry form for our drawing on November 9th, 2024 at 2 p.m., where one lucky shopper will drive home a 2024 BMW X3 from Atkins Scroll. 10 runners-up will each receive a $350 travel certificate from Goodwin Travel for tickets on Philippine Airlines and a Burger King prize pack. You must be present to win. The more you play, the greater your chances of winning big. Only at the Micronesia Mall. Follow us on social media for more details. Terms and conditions apply.
First impressions start with a smile. Call the FHP Dental Clinic for quality dental care. Need a cleaning? Maybe a filling or another dental procedure? When you smile, everyone around you smiles. Now accepting new patients. Call 671-646-5825, extension 8562 for appointments. Most insurance plans accepted, including Take Care and GovGuam self-funded. Self-pay patients welcome. FHP Dental Clinic. Our island, your clinic.
Introducing Nissan Guam's exclusive first-time buyer program. Perfect for those with little or no credit history, no co-signer required. It's simple. You apply, we approve. You drive away in your brand new Nissan. Low monthly payments, perfect for any budget. Get started on your finance pre-qualification at NissanGuam.com or call their helpful sales team at 671-647-7261 today. On approved credit, conditions apply. See Nissan Guam for details.
Your 8 o'clock local news is brought to you by Family Finance.
Hafa-day, it's 8:06. I'm Donna De Jesus with a look at your local news on The Point. A trial for Eugene Wayne Tudela Huffman, accused of torturing and assaulting a woman who later died, is set within the next 45 days. Judge Maria Senzon announced the trial will begin in late November or early December. Huffman faces charges of first-degree criminal sexual conduct and aggravated assault, among others, tied to abuse in June. Huffman, deemed competent to stand trial, requested release from custody, claiming confinement hinders his defense. GPD began a separate investigation into the woman's death after her body was found at Huffman's home in August. While the cause of death remains unknown, police confirmed she previously declined assistance after the assault. Meanwhile, 22-year-old Dustin John Mendiola has been arrested on charges of family violence. He abused a woman in July, whipping her with a wire and threatening her and their child. The victim sustained visible injuries, including bruises on her legs. The incident came to light when the victim sought police assistance in retrieving her child from Mendiola. Despite the initial report, Mendiola was not arrested until this month. He is currently confined. More news after this.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Whether you're looking to get a personal loan for that family vacation or paying off those long overdue bills, Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $4,000 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña 475-4545 or Dedido 633-4473. Family Finance.
Ginger Cruz spoke about her recent phone call with Jim Moilan, where she congratulated him and wished him and his wife well. The call was brief. Before that, she addressed her supporters, thanking them for their dedication during her campaign. Cruz emphasized the importance of keeping their organization together. She believes they have built a strong group that advocates for change and accountability among public officials. Cruz expressed optimism for future elections and opportunities. She is committed to continuing the work they started during the campaign and looks forward to what they can achieve together in the coming weeks and months. And Movember, an organization dedicated to men's health, is once again raising awareness this month. Started in 2003 by two friends in Australia, Movember encourages men to grow mustaches to spark conversations and support for issues like mental health, suicide prevention, prostate cancer, and testicular cancer. Since its founding, Movember has funded over 1,250 health projects worldwide. Prostate cancer, the most diagnosed cancer among men, affects over 1.4 million men globally each year. Regular checkups are critical, especially for those over 50, to catch cancer early. For more information, visit Movember.com. And those are your top stories. Now back to Ray with weather.
Bro, everybody is from Off Island is checking in. My friend Ken Stewart is watching the program. Good to see you there, buddy. Clean Out Kent online and all kinds of other people that have checked in. Carl with a K Pangolinan.
Morning, Carl.
Is online here this morning, wanting to know what the sacred wisdom of the post-election scene looks like. Well, first of all, everything is uncertified until the Election Commission certifies the actual numbers. We'll hear more about that from Maria Pangolinan here in just a moment. Partly sunny otherwise today with highs near 87 degrees. I say otherwise because they're predicting scattered showers and thunderstorms. Real Joe, you were just outside. Did you see any scattered showers and thunderstorms at the time?
Not really.
It could be moving in later.
All right.
Mostly cloudy tonight with those scattered showers and thunderstorms. In fact, that's the forecast over the next couple of days. Mostly cloudy skies, scattered showers, and thunderstorms are possibilities. Mostly cloudy on Friday and Friday night as well. With a heat index, it'll feel like 94 degrees, about a 40% chance of rain, and sunset tonight at 5:52. There it is. News and weather together right here on 93.3. This is The Point.
Hafa-day. Kim Anderson from Security Title here to share some behind-the-scenes functions of a title company. First, we search the chain of title to property, and when a critical link is missing, we work with the owners to correct their ownership. When it comes to a sale, we work closely with realtors and lenders to ensure a smooth closing. Finally, we back up our work with a title insurance policy that guarantees the buyer they actually own the property. Security Title has the management of real estate closings down to a science. Give us a call. We are here to help.
Okay, what's BP Smart Pay?
So it uses your smartphone to pay when shopping at the grocery store, mall, or wherever they accept contactless payments.
Restaurants too?
Yep.
Okay, how?
It's easy. Go to your wallet on your smartphone and enter your Bank Pacific Visa debit card, and presto, your smartphone is now Smart Pay ready.
BP Smart Pay. I like it.
Bank Pacific, where others put branches, we place roots for over 70 years. Member FDIC.
Got it. 8:11 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. Portions here being brought to you by the guys over at APL, American President Lines, a global presence with a local home and Guam Regional Medical City. They're your healthcare partners.
News to fill your mind. Talk to get it out. The Ray Gibson Show.
If you do a Google for Guam straw poll results, here are the stories that you will get. And one of them that runs at the top is Kamala Harris wins Guam straw poll with 49%. PDN running the same story, which is probably where the Times of India got that one. And then there's this one here, people in Guam vote in another presidential race, hoping their voices will be heard.
Oh, my God, thank God we're not allowed to vote for president.
From the wilderness.
See, there was a plan.
There's on Twitter, newswire.us says Republicans favored to flip Guam legislature for the first time since 2008. People are watching what's going on here on Guam. Our polls closed earlier than everybody else's. Like I said, this is where a Trump victory begins. And you will say, Ray, you cannot say it's a Trump victory. And the answer is yes, I can, because it's the one mistake that was made over at the Guam Election Commission. Maria Pangalinen's on the line with me right now, and she can defend it, is leaving RFK's name on the straw poll ballot.
Plead the fifth.
Along with Stein and Sonsky and Stodden and Wood and all the other communists out there. Those names were left on the list. RFK got 938 votes. And if you add that to the Trump-Vance votes, if he had not been there and the only other choice to vote for was Trump and Vance, Trump and Vance would have won. Trump and Vance would have won that. What is the name, Maria Pangilinan? How you doing?
Malik, Sedus Masi, Ray Gibson.
Did you sleep in the last 2 days?
A little bit, a couple hours just now.
Right. When is happy hour?
But with regard to the Robert Kennedy name on the ballot, they had requested before the September 1st deadline, according to the election code, and there was no. I think he may have said I'm not running after September 1st, or there was no correspondence from the camp or the campaign.
That's what I thought was the case.
Yeah.
Is why bother spending any time and trouble trying to let the people in Guam know that he wasn't on the ballot? If you read the newspaper, maybe you can do something about it. But there was no official communication that I'm aware of. There was no official communication between the RFK and Shanahan camp to the Guam Election Commission to remove them from the paperwork.
That's correct. So hence his name was still on the ballot.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm going to put there should be some kind of an asterisk on that, noting that because I think the way that it is being marketed around the country or reported around the country, they're only looking at Harris Walz and Trump Vance. They don't see what the rest of the down ticket looks like. So that is going to be one of the things that I'm going to spend the rest of the day going on Twitter and correcting every single wrong tweet and wrong piece of news about that, and let them know that the reason why is people would have voted for Trump in bigger numbers, except RFK's name was on the list, and he was an attractive candidate for a whole lot of people.
Well, we just made sure that we followed the election code of Guam, and even for the straw poll.
Even for the straw poll. Got you 8:15 in the morning. But I got to say, I woke up this morning and I had already had from Shelley the final paperwork from the Guam Election Commission with all 72 precincts that had been reported in, and the timestamp on that was 2:30 in the morning. Great job on the tabulation.
Thank you. Yes, and kudos to the folks from our staff from Guam Election Commission. They did a fantastic job.
Oh, my God. You were what a great leader. Can I just, what a great leader. Yeah. Thanks, Ray. But it was my people. I told you. And no, I didn't tell you. I was, I had to swing by the Election Commission to pick up some goodies the other day. It required me to personally go there and get it. And I expected the place to be in chaos. I expected to be people yelling at each other and hanging up the phone angry and all of this. And it was so chill. When I got in there, everybody was smiling. Oh, hey, Mr. Gibson, what can we do for you?
Drug test everybody.
everybody on the other side, everybody on the other side of the in the office was like super chill. So whatever magic you do over at the Election Commission, you keep doing it. All right.
Sure, it's me and my phone and access to the camera to make sure that they're all behaving.
Well, everybody was behaving when I was there, and like I said, the scene was so unbelievably chill. Hard to believe that they were getting ready to entertain something like what did we end up with? 50% of the voter turnout. How many people turned out the vote? 29,993 guests of the Guam Election Commission, island wide, and all the different precincts and voting areas.
That's correct. Yes. And yesterday, on Election Day, we actually serviced 35 homebound folks. Most of them were from the hospital, both hospitals. I saw the homebound representatives going in and out of the office all day yesterday.
I tell you what, there was a guy, Dwayne Santos, that got a visit from the Election Commission while he was holed up, I believe, over at Guam Regional Medical City, and he made a request for Little Caesars pizza, and is a little bit disappointed that your people didn't swing by Kmart on the way to the hospital to get him any.
Well, we did give him his ballot.
He did get the ballot, but no pizza this time around. And yeah, let's talk about that high voter turnout. We obviously, people in the media doing our best, and I tried to get as many surrogates on the air yesterday to encourage as many people as possible to go out there and vote. So voter turnout in total was 48.3% of registered voters got out there and got the vote, and I think that's actually incredible. It shows some hope for future elections.
Yes, and we couldn't have done it without our media partners, like you.
No, just me. Just only me. Nobody else lifted a finger to help you out and get the vote out. It was only me, and so I will go ahead and take a little bit of the credit for it. And as you can tell by the results of the election, clearly Point listeners went out to go and vote. Republicans and Democrats. We've got a red wave riding into the legislature for the 38th Guam legislature, and a number of people that have been asked not to return for the 38th Guam legislature. I think it's an interesting message that was sent out via the Guam Election Commission to our elected representatives. So good job on that.
Yes. So there's another. Yeah. So they're unofficial results. We will take a look at them, and we will take a look at number 15 and 16 and see if it's within the 2% that will require a recount. So we will take a close look at that before we certify the election result.
Roger that. And at number 15, Sean Gumatauta with 11,408 votes, and Roy Kanata with a vote count of 11,148. You guys get to do the math over at the Election Commission. Are there any other votes that needed to be added to this? Did we get everything from off island and everybody that select the early voting and all of that? Everybody's all in now?
No, not yet. So we still have our off-island voters still have until the 10th workday to for us to receive their ballots, and I believe that's November 20th.
Okay.
So so we will continue to receive those ballots, and if we're postmarked on or before November 5th, and everything else we'll vet everything else, including their affidavits. If they require a notary, we will vet those ballots, and they should, if everything's okay, they should be counted on November 20th. Also, e-ballots, electronic ballots, those were held in the vault at the Guam Election Commission. Those too will be counted on November 20th.
So a little bit of work left for yourself and members of the commission to ratify and finally certify everything. So by then we ought to know what's going on, what that final list is going to look like.
Yes, the tentative schedule for certification is on November 20th.
No other question marks on any of the other races, mayoral, et cetera? Certainly not in agate, I tell you what.
Yeah, so we took a look early this morning at the other races, and there doesn't seem to be anything that's on or about less than 2%.
Gotcha. Well, it has been an interesting political season moving forward, and the results are very, very interesting from a lot of different perspectives. And I'm glad that you had an opportunity to play a part in this. I hope you're able to get some rest. I know that you've been battling cancer while you were overseeing all of the steps that were taken in this race, and I'm hoping you're getting the rest and maybe a little bit more time with the doctors and a little less time with election stuff for a while.
Well, it's very convenient. You go to Guam Medical Plaza and then go back to the office after.
Oh, my God. Listen to this woman, superwoman. Maria Kotla, listen, thank you very much, and congratulations on a job well done. I know there's still some more work to get done, but it's all ministerial, I think, from here on out, and we'll watch and see what the reports get to be. Thanks again for everything.
She's doing Masi.
888-8255, 888-TALK. The lady behind the scenes of the election, and as I say, I can't think of another a greater government employee than the one that we've got there, actually fighting cancer, and at the same time making sure that we all have an opportunity to represent ourselves and our thoughts as we have an opportunity to change out or to express support for people at the legislature and mayors and Congress and all of that. 8:22 in the morning. And the word is starting to get around. I saw this from Breitbart a little bit earlier, a story there where they're saying, exit polls, Republicans in Guam flipped the legislature for the first time in 16 years. And again, they're basing that on exit polls that were conducted by Dr. Ron McNinch. Although I think I need to reach out and imagine how surprised they'll be when they finally see the actual results of the voter turnout yesterday. But I got to laugh. I saw this the image that they wrapped up along with it, talking about how the GOP are going to be flipping the legislature for the first time in 16 years. And they found a photograph out there from the Associated Press. And it's kind of interesting because it's a whole bunch of Guamanian delegates, not at the Republican National Convention, because every single Guamanian I see in that picture is a Democrat. You got, who's there? Madeline Zebradalio.
I see her.
Is in the picture. And we've got
Ken
Sarah
Paris?
Netadog. Yeah, there's Ken Paris. Roy Respicio in the picture.
So young.
Oh, look at Roy, just a little boy there in that picture. Oh my God, yeah, that's amazing.
I'm kidding. Don't get mad, Rory.
he's gonna hang you from his new cranes. They're working on getting some new cranes over at the place.
Please
I don't know. I
do.
just thought that was funny, talking about flipping the legislature and then showing pictures of Democrats at a Democrat national convention. And if Madeline's there and Ken is there, this was an awful long time ago that this picture was taken. 8:24 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show, and I'm trying not to wring out as much of the story as possible, because it is still a big deal here on Guam. Some of you went to sleep last night and just said, I'll leave this to the guys over at KUAM and PDN and whatever to put together a report for me in the morning. And maybe you are just as surprised as I am. And I shouldn't be surprised. Maybe I'm just one of those self-loathing Republicans going, well, we just don't got anything going on. We don't have any political capital. Ain't got no political clout in here. And then you wake up in the morning and the 38th Guam legislature looks like it's going to be a 9-6 majority for the Republicans. And it's a 9-6 majority with a couple of members of the minority that have been rather friendly, rather cush-cush with a number of the Republicans in this 37th Guam legislature. And I'm of the sense here that part of the message that the everyday average Guamanian was sending out was, we're not happy with the way things are going, and we like the work that a couple of the Democrats are doing, but the rest of them, we're not so sure about that. A little bit too much drama, a little bit too much unseriousness and clowning around, horseplay, if you will. And maybe they saw a couple of Republicans that were guilty of the same thing. So there's a full-blown change out, if you will, over at the legislature. 4 members of the legislature. And if you think about it, one of them is not on the list, Amanda Shelton, because she had run for
Congressperson.
Congress, right? She had run for Congress. So there's an incumbent. Clearly, a third of the legislature has changed from the body that it is right now. And we've got some new names in there. Not necessarily new names. We know who they are, but we had never seen them in a legislative capacity or political capacity to the degree that they're in now. Sabrina Salas is in there. We are going to see a new senator, freshman Senator Shelley Calvo. Can we start calling her Senator-elect here? I got Senator-elect Vince Borja, who's tried for a couple of cycles to become a member of the legislature and has not been successful until just now. And Sean Gumatautal, who is holding down at this time position number 15 in the results in the legislature, among others, among the other Republicans incumbents that I think have got the confidence of many of the voters. And you know, I'm wondering. I think somebody said that about right. When you take a look at the top finishers on the Democratic side, every Democrat on Guam apparently voted for Therese Terlai and Chris Barnett.
Oh yeah,
but not,
and they got all the swing villages,
and nobody else. There's all of the other Democrats way down there. Tina Rose doesn't show up for a while. Joe S. San Augustin doesn't show up for a while. Will Parkinson doesn't show up for a while. Sabina doesn't show up for a while, and that's it. And then the rest of it, you will start to, and I think this is the fun part of the analysis, is what happened to Roy Kanata. What happened to Roy? Was it the sugar tax?
Oh man,
that was the guy. That was him. He was the one that wanted to put a tax on sugar. And I'm going, you want more taxes? You want people to have less money in their pocket in this down economy? And I wonder if he was ever able to get out from under that. Kane Dwayne St. Nicholas has got his law in there. He got the thing with what do you call it? The fireworks. Which
kind
is
of,
what he ran.
Sort of, yeah.
He ran on that.
Man,
and he has a meow meow.
And it's and there's.
I'd rather have the cane.
The
caning.
Donna voted for everybody with cats in this election.
That's absolutely true.
Not sure what the deal is with Joanne Brown.
What meow?
What was no cat? I don't know. I don't know what the deal is with Joanne Brown. She's been handed her by your leave by the voters here. Tom Fisher. That one for some people might be a little bit easier. There was a kind of a demeanor that he had that wasn't running parallel with the rest of the Republicans over at the legislature.
Really.
And there were certain Democrat initiatives that always had his name that I think got a lot of Republicans thinking about that as they went to the polls and said, well, maybe next time you want to get in, run with the Democrats and see if you can ride a blue wave.
He can do that.
Yep.
Right.
There's always that.
He's
well, I don't think he ever stopped doing that.
Oh, that's right.
But there's the analysis, and the problem is with the problem with the analysis is there's a couple of different ways that you can do it, and all of them are snarky. They all involve some degree of snarkiness. I'm dying to see and hear from others what happened with Ginger's campaign, because I guarantee that she probably spent more money on her congressional campaign than maybe a whole bunch of people put together. There's nothing cheap about running, and even if you've got name recognition and a certain degree of notoriety, that does not, and the spend, it doesn't necessarily guarantee a victory. So what else was there in the halai-hais, in the conversations that were taking place in the last week or so?
Maybe it was women, Ray. The women didn't vote for her because they didn't like her shoes or something like that, man. It happens, man.
No cat? I don't know. I don't know. But it's gonna be interesting as we watch all of this. Because the conversation isn't necessarily over. We're going to have the conversation until the Election Commission certifies everything. We're going to have the conversation right up until inauguration. And in addition, okay, so you didn't make it one way or the other. What are you going to do after that? And as I said a little bit earlier, it's clear that Ginger has got some political capital, maybe not enough to beat Jimmy Craig. And she's got some political capital, and maybe even real capital, which will be attractive to other members of the Democrat Party that might want to put together a thing or two, I don't know, for Adelou down the road.
Josh Cruz.
Even though Ray Gibson...
It's an Oreo Cruz campaign.
Even though Ray Gibson said, Josh, you need to sit down with Teresa. Boy, I got a rash of. I got people sending me all kinds of WhatsApps going, what did you just say?
I was upset
What did you just say? Teresa Line needs to be running with Josh Tenorio for governor, Lieutenant Governor. Teresa Line, she needs to be at the top of her own ticket at some point. Love to hear her comments this morning. It's 8:31 in the morning. Donna D is coming up with that last big look at news and headlines. We'll take a look at celebrity birthdays and other special events on election morning as the broadcast continues.
Soft drinks are just $1 at Wendy's. Any size, anytime. Small, medium, large, whatever. Take a little soft drink break anytime and get what you want. $1 soft drinks, any size. Gotta be Wendy's. For a limited time only. Excludes prepackaged beverages, sweet tea, unsweetened tea, coffee, cold brew, and Dave's Craft Lemonades. Not valid in a combo.
Hafa-day. This is Allie from Gain. Join us for our first annual Furball Gala on November 22nd from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. at the Hyatt Grand Ballroom. Spend the evening enjoying great food, a silent auction, live entertainment by Mixed Plate and DJ Noli, a catwalk event to meet your new furry family member, and more. Proceeds from this event will go towards developing Gain's education and outreach initiatives, as well as supporting existing adoption and spay and neuter programs. To purchase your tickets, visit guamtime.net today.
Well, hello, everyone. It's Ray Gibson. Thank you so much for voting me Radio Personality of the Year and the Point Best Radio Station and Pika's Best of 2024. Hey, congratulations to Daryl Lizama of Boss 104 for winning the Best DJ category again. And congratulations to our fellow nominees, Albert Juan, Allison Palmer, and Sean ZB. We want you to celebrate with us at the 80s and 90s Retro Rewind November 9th, Veterans Day weekend, because you are the reason why we made it. We've got a $1,000 money drop, groovy t-shirts, and other cool giveaways throughout the entire night. Get your tickets online at guamtime.net, and then we'll see you at the party. Thank you all for your support. See you soon. Special thanks to Lolita Kemet of Hafa-day Realty. Retro Rewind, November 9th at Club Zone.
And special thanks to the local Grindhouse in Barragata.
Yeah, that's yum. Jess Mandiola online says, I'm not voting. Nobody voted for me when I wanted to be homecoming king.
He's done. His gods who didn't make it, Ray.
You saw that? I love
Good
this.
morning, Prim.
I love politics on Guam. That brings out the best in people. No, it doesn't. It brings out the worst in people, and I bet you we're not done with it yet. I'm wondering if there's, how much of I'm taking my ball and going home. We're going to see.
Woke up and chose violence.
Yeah, well, good, because I think a lot of people woke up yesterday on election day and chose revenge and said, wait, hold on a second. Is everybody else, they live in a safe community because they got guns and bodyguards, and we don't. They don't have to worry about going to the hospital. They got enough money to get on an airplane and fly to any hospital place they want to in the whole wide world, not around here. We got the Guam Memorial Hospital to deal with. These guys all got money to send their kids off to private school and any of that stuff. I don't necessarily have that choice. I got to send the kids to school, and they got to deal with whether they're got online learning or we're going to manualize, we're going to print stuff
and
out.
And we got to paint and cut the grass, too.
And we have to paint and cut the grass. I think there's a whole bunch of people who said, you know what, that's enough. The benefits of all of the money that's floating around in the government need to, at some point, filter down to the people of Guam. Is that too much to ask? I don't know. 1,741 days since they closed the Agana swimming pool to temporarily get some repairs done, and it has not been opened yet. And some people will say, Ray, it's petty to think about that and the answer is no, it's not. It's not. There are some table stakes, as it were. Just
how you do anything is how you do everything.
Things that you regular old folks want to be able to see and do with their lives, and we can't do it because the government can't get out of its way. 8:35 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. Last big look at news and headlines with Donna D. How'd we do, Donna?
Police are searching for 3 men suspected in recent break-ins at Cinema Arcade Apartments in Tamuning. Surveillance images captured 2 suspects. The suspects reportedly burglarized units 4 times in 2 weeks. Authorities ask residents to report any suspicious activity. Anyone with information is urged to contact police. Meanwhile, Red Noise, a.k.a. Red 12 Thong, was arrested early on Monday for stealing beer and chips from a gas station in Dedito. The cashier chased him, but he fled. Police found Noise with the stolen items. He resisted arrest, assaulted an officer, and struggled with the police. He was arrested around 1:40 in the morning and faces charges of assault on a peace officer, resisting arrest, and retail theft. And the Guam Election Commission's unofficial results show that Republicans will regain control of the 38th Guam legislature. They won 9 seats while Democrats secured 6. 4 current senators will not return: Joanne Brown, Roy Quinata, Dwayne St. Nicholas, and Tom Fisher. The official results will be certified by the Guam Election Commission in the coming days. And that was your last look at local headlines on The Point. Now back to Ray.
What a bunch of boring birthdays for the day after the election. Is anybody, politician, got a birthday? Is anybody out there that we got to...
Say it.
No. But just say it? Okay, so Sally Field is 78 years old.
Already?
The Flying Nun.
Wait, what? Sally Field?
Yeah.
Big crush, man.
What's that?
Smokey and the Bandit.
No way, really?
Sally Field.
Oh,
right?
Yes, okay, I see that. But then that turned into Forrest Gump's mom.
She was still hot then too.
No,
I think she was.
No, the hot moms. The hot moms. Trying to think of what her name is. She was in Streets of Fire, and then she became Superman's mom.
God,
but she's
I know
still
what
hot.
you're talking about.
I'm gonna hate that. Yeah, Superman's mom in the movie. Ugh. Why don't I know her name?
Oh, her.
Yeah, her. Yeah.
Brunette.
The one with
pretty.
with Marlon Brando. Right?
I don't know if she was in Marlon Brando.
Marlon Brando.
It'll come to me.
He played the father, Jor-El.
Yes.
Right?
No, wait. No, I don't think in that one.
Well, you said the movie.
Because he's dead. No, well, there's been 18 Superman movies.
Yeah,
that
so
one
that's the only one that
hot-looking
counts.
girl.
She was in Streets of Fire. That's all I'm going to say. Machinist Union. Who am I talking about?
She never aged.
I got Machinist Union online here, talking on the Ray Gibson thing on Facebook. Brother Ted's out there. Maybe Lou Admin will hire him. Oh, what's his name? Clinot Kent wants me to play a song dedicated to the beautiful Maria Pangilinan. Golden Girls or Mary Tyler Moore theme. Something about the top of the world. Absolutely. Good idea. We don't play any songs. You're going to have to sing it in your own head.
Sorry about that.
Anyway, so Forrest Gump's mom is 78 years old. Maria Shriver is 69. Wasn't she married to Arnold
Schwarzenegger?
Yeah.
Yeah, isn't she a Kennedy?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that was,
that's right.
That was the point. There was a joke floating around when they were, it was a perfect union because they wanted to have bulletproof Kennedy babies. You get it?
Yeah.
Okay, anyway.
Oh, my God, Ray.
It was funny then. Diane Lane. Thank you. Diane Lane. Peter and Brenda Judith said it's Diane Lane, Ray. That's the actress's name.
She played Superman's mom?
Yeah, she played Superman.
Yeah.
Who was Superman?
One was Henry Cavill.
That one.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. And then the actress in that movie that played Lois Lane. God. And she was in that the fairy tale movie where
Amy Adams.
Amy, oh my God. Jinx. Totally
sorry, man.
Only beer.
Super hot.
Yes. Okay, here's another one. Super hot birthday. Thandi Newton is 52 years old.
Who's that?
I can't remember the name of the movies.
I don't know, but it
that she
rhymes
was
with
in.
candy.
Yeah. Ethan Hawke got birthday today.
All right.
He's 54.
He's handsome.
Emma Stone is 36 years old.
Mm-hmm.
Do I love Emma Stone?
You do.
I do. Okay.
Yeah.
What movie was she in that I love her?
Wasn't she in Harry Potter?
No, she wasn't.
No.
It's Howard Potter.
Wasn't she the troll?
The porn version is Howard Potter. All right, special events. It's basketball day.
Yay.
Nachos day. As in, that's not mine.
Mm-hmm.
No, that's yours. Nachos. Saxophone day, which
Yes.
I've always.
Like it, man.
When
Blow
I was a kid, I always believed that it's just like 1 or 2 lessons away from being a saxophone playing great. And then I actually looked at an actual saxophone and saw the buttons and the levers and all of the things that you've got to do at the same time as like breathing. And
smoking
with the tongue, you
cigarettes.
got to do the thing with the tongue. Yeah, also as a smoker at the time.
Smoking cigarettes.
So
if
I
you
just
do
I
that.
just appreciate the sound of a dirty saxophone. It's Eat Smart Day. To which I say, screw that. Screw that.
I'll eat dumb.
Eat smart tomorrow. Today, I want you to eat something delicious and fried. And I'm going to low-key brag. This is my doctor shouldn't be listening at this time. And so it was not 1 but 5 fried lumpia from Fabasa yesterday.
You ate 5 of them?
All 5 by myself.
Wow.
All 5 by myself.
But was it just the lumpia, or did you put it in the?
No, you got to wrap it up in the lettuce, and then you got to put that the noodle.
Yeah, you got to roll it like a big joint.
Yeah.
It won't close though.
And you squirt the top of it with that good sriracha that they've got over there.
The hot stuff.
And then you dip it into the fish sauce, and it was all over the place.
Fish sauce on your
carpet. It's on. No, it's on.
For the meow meow.
Oh my God, that is so good. Normally I'll take it to go, and by the time I get home, it's the perfect eating temperature. But I don't know. I sat down at the table, and they put me right next to the cooler where the beer is, so I could just kind of reach over every once in a while.
Where is that place?
Fabasa.
Where?
Marine Corps Drive.
Vietnam.
Just before you get to Alupang, the Alupang Towers.
Yeah, you know
where
Heading south.
where the Gundam store is?
Yes.
Okay, so right before that.
You got to tell her island imports.
Yeah,
she knows island imports.
Turn it on. Okay, over where the old Pansiteria was, a little bit before you get there.
Next
anyway,
to monkeys.
Eat Smart Day and International Stress Awareness Day. Don't believe any of that crap. There's nothing worth getting stressed out about unless you were... See, now I'm going to do the snarky. I was going to do the snarky thing. I was going to do, unless you were one of the losers in the election. It's too late to stress about that. Just take a breath. Man, it's going to be hard.
See, now you don't got to wave anymore.
No, okay. So I'm thinking about it's going to be hard not to stress today. I'm already stressed and triggered because they say that Kamala Harris won the election on Guam in the straw poll, which she did not because RFK's name was still on the ballot.
That's
so
true,
1,000 people voted for
get
RFK.
It, Ray. It's embarrassing, man.
It's embarrassing.
Blame
it's
him.
embarrassing. I'm embarrassed for women
What
in
an
general.
embarrassed
This is
man.
all of a sudden, this is the banner waiver for all women. I know a ton of women that are a ton more experienced and smarter than her, and all of a sudden we're going to vote for her because she's a woman. We're going to get her in the White House. Why are you going to elect the dumbest woman in history? And you know what? Then there won't be another woman president for a generation or two.
I challenge
That's what's
her
going
to
happen.
A cackle off.
That's what's going to happen. Anyway, 8:42. Perhaps I've said too much.
Is that it for special somethings?
Yeah, I think that was all of them.
Okay.
I think that was all of them.
Okay,
International,
bye.
but I'm sorry. It's just I know what my day is going to be like here today. I can predict it, and it doesn't make any difference what I've got on my to-do list, on my reminder list on the phone. None of that is going to get done. If I've said I was going to send you something, I was going to respond to an email, pay a bill, do something like that, that's not going to happen. I will go home.
All bets are off.
I'm going to scroll through X until I get bleary-eyed, and then I'm going to take a cat nap, a disco nap, and then I'm going to wake up, and then I will spend the rest of the day watching what happens because I want to watch and see how the Democrats are going to try to steal this election. That's what I want to see. I want to see how Kamala and Walz are going to try to cheat their way into the White House in this election. And if you are me or like me or among the people that are thinking, oh my God, Ray's right, I'm going to be doing the same thing, it will stress you out today. In which case, there might be a couple of candidate locations that will help control my stress by giving me multiple adult beverages. Which is the other reason why nothing is going to get done today. 8:43 on the Ray Gibson Show. I'll be right back. Don't move.
Hey Guam! Looking for a place to chill and beat the heat? Hafaloha has got you covered. Enjoy their refreshing acai smoothies and bowls packed with fresh fruits and other nutritious fillings, or grab some shave ice that's drenched in tropical flavors which will transport you straight to paradise. If you're after a meal to satisfy your curiosity and hunger, they have amazing local style burgers, savory poke bowls, and creative appetizers like the poke nachos and Guam bomb roll. But before you wrap up your day, check out some of their unique merch. Whether you want beach vibes wear or something stylish for a night out, they got it. They're open all week from Sunday to Thursday, 11 a.m. till 9 p.m. Friday and Saturday, 11 a.m. till 10 p.m. Follow them on Facebook and Instagram at Hafaloha and at Hafaloha Concert Series for their incredible events. Call 671-989-3444. That's 989-3444.
It's the 80s and 90s Retro Rewind, November 9th at Club Zoo with Star 101, Boss 104, and The Point. The 80s.
Supersonic,
The 90s.
touch this. You can't touch this.
Get your tickets now, party people, at GuamTime.net. Doors open at 9 o'clock p.m. and we'll see you there.
Word to your mother.
Donna D taking off, calling in the morning, and that's all right. Just between me and Real Joe. And now that the girl's gone, we can talk about big ass TVs.
Just the boys.
Just the boys. All right. Is there anything else that people need to know about the election? I know you guys want to call in and explain to me why certain people lost. I know you want to. I can feel it. I can feel it. There's hands moving near the phone. There's a guy. Somewhere out there is a guy. He's holding onto his phone, and he's just waiting to press the green button on the phone to make it dial here. 888-8255. And his wife is saying, shut up. Shut up. No, we got to work together. I got to see those people. No, you keep your mouth shut. Don't you dare go on the Ray Gibson show. All right, so as soon as your wife goes to the bathroom or is otherwise out of the picture, you've got the telephone number 797-8255.
They always do.
Let me know about your thoughts. We can surmise why they won. And Doug Moilan has been very forthright, coming out and saying it's point listeners that went out and voted. Point listeners that went out there and made it very clear to our elected representatives. Note, I never say leaders. I never say leaders. I don't think there's anybody that could have been my leader is dead now, except Shelley and Dave and Bonna and my daughter. That's
so
it.
Basically everyone in the family.
Everybody in the family can be my leaders, but there's nobody at the legislature or Adlib that is my leader. So I never refer to them as that. They are our representatives, and as the representatives of the people of Guam, we're just not hearing enough real progress on real issues that are affecting everybody around here. We got roads that need a whole lot of attention. Even this morning, just this morning, I get a call, a beep from a guy who was running into the same problem that I did. His name is Addy. And Addy runs into the same problem that I've got. And that is, here we are.
That's Addy.
You know the guy, right?
Yeah, man.
Anyway, so it's 4 o'clock in the morning.
He's a man about town.
4:30 in the morning, and you're driving to work. And you passed by. He says DPW's got to get to work on this. I mean, gasoline. How much is gasoline? $4.90 a gallon.
Too much.
It's still too much. Until Trump becomes
too much.
Until Trump is the president.
We've had enough.
So it's 4:30 in the morning, and it happened again today. I'm driving by the Shell station in East Agania, a wonderful place there, and DPW makes it so I have to stop there every morning. And I'm supposed to be waiting for traffic coming out of the exit in between Citibank, the old Citibank, and the East Agania Shell station. There's a traffic light there, and it always stops the traffic, even though there's nobody trying to leave. Nobody's in that exit.
If it doesn't turn red for me, I consider it like a victory.
Yes. Or as you
celebration.
You know, when you pass by the pet store, you kind of look ahead and go, okay, it's red now. Okay, maybe it'll be green by the time I get under it, right?
Stay green, stay
green. Yeah, stay green, stay green. But here's the thing, guys, and I don't understand why. This is our government. Somebody at the legislature, one of you winners at the legislature, needs to lean on the response agency and say, you have to do better. With the gasoline, the price that it is, with people, spending way too much time on the road, is it possible that in times where we don't need to have a light in a programmed mode, we can put it into blink mode? There's got to be a mechanism. Did we not buy the good machine where you can do that? So when there's no chance that if a car needs to make the light stop, then a car should be there making the light stop. We've got sensors in the ground that look for the metal of a car, and when they detect it, then they should turn on the red light for oncoming traffic, let the car out, and then go back into blink mode. We get the same thing should be happening over by Super Happy Mart up on Route 8 and Route 16.
Yeah,
that should be in blink mode most of the time. The only time that it should not be in blink mode is when there's school. When there's school, go ahead, put it in, go ahead and rush hour. Otherwise, nobody lives back. Well, not a whole lot of people live back there. I mean, it's not like, the school's in session. It's not like we got the golf course is banging 24 hours a day back there. And there's 100 other intersections where if we just spent a little bit of time trying to get a lay of the land. We can do the research. We've got the equipment out there that can measure how many cars are going through daytime, nighttime, weekends, etc. There's no reason why we couldn't get smart when it comes to traffic direction and traffic control. Don't get me started on.
You're angry, bro.
Oh, I told you. I told you I was angry.
Thanks, Addison.
I'm just telling you right now. There's a whole lot of people. There are a number of incumbents that got no love from Ray Gibson yesterday.
That light.
There's a whole lot of incumbents because they're running around trying to take more money out of my pocket. It was a stupid sugar tax, and then trying to make nice with the youth Congress by entertaining their idea. Never mind sugar tax. We're just going to limit how much sugary drinks you can buy at any given time. Typical Democrat thinking.
Good for you.
8:51 in the morning. Who's on the phone?
Peter Santos.
No way.
Yes. That's what I said. I said no way.
Yeah,
and he said
here.
way.
He's here. He's here. Peter Santos, I'm dying to hear from you. You are actually on my mind here this morning as I was beginning my morning constitutional. The Doug Moilan's not on the ballot. You're not on the ballot right now. We're going to have to wait 2 years to see where all of that is. But you are an astute Guamanian watcher. You watch how people live and think and live on Guam. And I'm just kind of curious. You've got to have a sense of what the message was that the voters sent to their elected representatives yesterday.
Well, it just, to me, it's plainly obvious that the Democrats have lost favor with the public. You know, the Democrats and the Republicans have their camp, but then there's that cream in the middle that you gotta, win over. And apparently, the Republicans won that creamy middle over. And Josh needs to take notice.
Whoa.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. No. Say it again. Say it again for everybody.
He needs to take notice. But I wanted to ask you, who did your Godzu win or what?
Did my Godzu?
Yeah. Who were you rooting for the Congress?
Oh, I shouldn't say that.
Yeah, okay, gotcha. I gotcha. We all win.
No. And here's where I am. And even Ginger's criticized me about this. She says, "No, you got to pick a side." And I'm like, "No, I don't. Not until I'm in the privacy of the booth." But this is the problem, right? Is I give Jimmy a lot of credit for brain power. I think he's a smart guy. He's an intelligent guy. He knows what he knows. He knows what he doesn't know. And what he doesn't know, Shringy can go and find out and get the briefing. Ginger is extremely smart, maybe one of the most intelligent people that I know. And for whatever reason, and this will be debated for days and days and days, what was it where somebody with that kind of name recognition, that somebody with that kind of ad buying and marketing power did not get the win? There must have been something else going on here. And so we just got to figure out what that is. Either one of them would have done great in Washington, D.C.
Right. Ray, people are, if you want to dissect this, the Democrats, I think you had 11 on the slate. And then, the circus that's been happening at the legislature, the last couple of legislatures under the Democratic leadership. So that's really something that needs to be considered. Maybe there's a time for a change in leadership at the legislature.
Maybe there's a time for the Democrats to realign their policies and their political initiatives with what the people of Guam are asking for. You and I, it doesn't sound like we're on the same side all the time where it comes to fighting crime, but both of us are tired of the amount of crime. I'm sure you'd rather be less busy as a defense attorney than you are right now. Guam is in a tough spot where it comes to drugs and drug abuse and mental health issues and crime, and we got to do something about that. Nobody wants to go to the Guam Memorial Hospital.
I'd rather be proactive than reactive. And right now, we're forced to be reactive when it comes to crime. We're not out, doing what needs to get done. I mean, GPD is doing a great job with what they have, but They're just
I mean, one part of a very large and complicated system, and there's a lot of moving parts inside that system, and so they do their job. I mean, I'm looking at magistrate reports, and we've heard of a couple of big organized drug busts and buys that they've been conducting lately. So it's not for a lack of trying or talent in the ranks of the police officers. I'd obviously like to get more police officers on the streets as well, but we've got situations, and this guy might even be one of your clients. Is the guy that's been arrested 50+ times that literally is terrorizing people in the downtown Aganya area just by his very presence. He's been busted all kinds of criminal mischief activities and theft, etc., and he keeps getting out. And the good church going, hard working, just want to get by without being bothered people of Guam are wondering why that's allowed.
Yeah, we've sang this song and danced before, Ray, but that's a good segue for why I actually called this morning. I messaged you guys to remind you guys, February 27th over in Las Vegas, Nevada, not Las Vegas, Anigua.
Mm-hmm.
But we're doing the GPD reunion, the second annual.
I'd love to go.
Where you guys were at when you went over there this last time with Uncle Carl, that's where we had the first one.
A beautiful venue, nice place. It was an RV. It was an RV park / resort. It wasn't just an RV park. I mean, that's one of the things that they did there. But they had all of the other trappings of a nice hotel. They got a little downtown. We can gamble over there, and a couple of big banquet rooms. Very, very well put together place.
Yeah, but we're actually we have to find a larger venue now because the demand has gone up.
Mm.
So the venue's to be announced, but the date is still the same, February 27th. Buy your tickets now. They're around $1,300 for a round trip through United through Honolulu, which is great. So if you buy your tickets now.
You're insane. What did you just say? Yeah. Going through Honolulu is great. Brud, if you go through Honolulu, then you got to take your bags out from downstairs, go up the elevator or drag them up a flight of stairs, and then you drop them off with like some random dude here after you've gone through the inspection process. They've got to do something about that really, really bad.
Yeah, but I just, for that reason, I just carry hand carry. It's just me. I'm not dragging the family, the kids, and the wife. It's just touch and go when I go out there.
Yeah, I know. I'm not a fan of hand carry. You know why? Because it adds to my already a high anxiety when I travel. Because when I travel, if I have a hand carry, you know what that means? That means I've got to be anxious about some a-hole using up all of my hand carry space in the thing above my chair.
Yeah.
And I'm a white knuckle traveler, bud. I'm no good at it. That's why I like to stay in and around the area. 3.5 hour, 4 hour flight. Take me to Manila. I want to go to Vietnam real bad. I want to go to Korea. I want to go to the Philippines again sometime soon. Singapore, places like that. I want to get on these long haul flights. So I'll help you promote it to our friends and family in Vegas and all of the GPDs that might want to get on an airplane and go join up with you.
Yeah, thank you, Ray. And it's open to all the law enforcement, not just GPD, all law enforcement and even civilians. You didn't have to be a uniformed police officer to partake.
Dude, there's guys all across the country that will fly in for that. I know it. A couple of minutes away from the top of the hour. Appreciate your time. Have a fantastic rest of the day, Pedro, and we'll keep an eye on what happens out of Washington, D.C., who is going to be in the White House, and which of the BLMs or the Antifas or whoever is going to start burning down the cities.
All right, Ray.
Just a matter of time. All right, bud. That's that. 888-8255. Keep that number handy. Seconds away. I forget which of the states are now going to be shutting down their polling places and pulling back all of the ballots that have been cast, adding them to early votes, and watching the counts. Normally, what will happen is the second many of these states, unless they're like super contested, unless they're like ultra swing states, are going to start getting called, and you will start to see your electoral college maps going up on your X's and your Twitters. Start looking for that right about now. 40 seconds or so away from Fox News Live. We'll hear from KUAM with their report, their final report on how things went last night with the polling. Some of the stuff that we've already been talking about. That'll be about 9:30 in the morning. In the meantime, stay close. Got a lot of stuff to talk about. It's not all just politics. Oh, who am I kidding? It's all going to be politics for the next hour of the Ray Gibson Show. I'll find a way to put it all together. Glad to hear what you've got to say. Put it on online at the Facebook Live or on the YouTube Lives. Put it up on the meme machine, 797-8255. Be like Kitito and Conas. Retract every message. Make us wonder what you're saying. Here it comes. Fox News on Pika's Best 4 times. This is The Point.
This is a Fox News alert. It all comes down to this. I'm Lisa Lacera. Polls in a handful of states will fully close in about an hour as Vice President Harris and former President Trump wait for results. This afternoon, Harris stopped in DNC headquarters to thank her supporters.
Just reaching out to folks, letting them know that we're all in it together, reminding them of the power of their vote.
Former President Trump cast his ballot in West Palm Beach, Florida.
There are a lot of things that are happening in our country that have to be changed, and we'll do it, and we'll do what's right for the country. And I think that's why we're doing well, but let's see if we can close it out.
Polls in Pennsylvania will be open for another couple hours. The battleground state seen as a must-win.
This is in many ways the most watched of Pennsylvania's 67 counties. It's highly populated with about 650,000 people. In 2020, President Biden won by 16,000 votes. This year, it shifted to a slim majority of registered Republicans. But the crowd that we spoke with here, it's been diverse.
Fox's Alexandria Hoff in Bucks County, Pennsylvania. Fox's Mike Tobin's in Milwaukee.
When the polls close, the in-person votes should be totaled up rather quickly. The absentee votes, however, will take a little bit longer because they can't be totaled up until the in-person voting is done. So anticipating that we'll get some new numbers around 1 to 2 a.m. that caused a lot of controversy back in 2020 because in the middle of the night the numbers change. But that is part of the process. Anticipate that that will happen again.
Control of Congress is also up for grabs. In New York and California, Democrats are hoping to win back Republican-held House seats. Over in the Senate, the races in Montana, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin are being closely watched. Wall Street stocks rallied as voters headed to the polls. The Dow gained 427, the Nasdaq added 259, the S&P plus 70. America is listening to Fox News.
See Nissan Guam first. With affordable options like the stylish Nissan Versa sedan and the street-savvy Kicks crossover, you'll love the wallet-friendly fuel efficiency and the smart versatility. Available Apple CarPlay and Android Auto integration makes sure you're always connected. With easy financing and low monthly payments, we make it easy to drive away in the perfect Nissan for you. Ask about our exclusive first-time buyers program. Stop by for a test drive and get pre-qualified for financing at NissanGuam.com today.
Braces for a little while for a lifetime of confident smiles. Let Dr. Kaneshiro DDS MS kindly walk you through the process of orthodontics, straightening those crooked teeth and fixing that bite. You'll be even more confident to flash those pearly whites. Make your appointment with Dr. Kaneshiro today at 646-9890. Having a marvelous set of teeth is a confidence booster, so getting braces, always a great idea. Visit Dr. Kaneshiro today across St. John's and Upper Tumon, serving our island with his professional expertise in orthodontics for over 29 years.
A Georgia poll worker arrested for threatening election workers in a letter.
The Department of Justice making the announcement Monday. Nicholas Wimbish had mailed the letter to the Jones County Election Superintendent, pretending to be a voter. The 25-year-old Milledgeville, Georgia resident allegedly had an argument with a voter while working at the Jones County Elections Office the previous day, October 16th. The letter included violent threats to Wimbish and other poll workers, even threats of sexual assault to the female employees. Wimbish is facing several charges, including mailing a bomb threat, and could be sentenced to as much as 25 years in prison. Laura Cantor, Fox News.
Home Depot co-founder Bernie Marcus has died. A Home Depot spokesman says Marcus died at his home in Boca Raton, Florida, surrounded by family. He was the company's CEO as it grew rapidly during its first 2 decades in business. Later, he became a philanthropist and a big Republican donor. Bernie Marcus was 95. President Biden says his economic team played a part in the deal to end Boeing's machinist union strike.
President Biden is congratulating the International Association of Machinists and Boeing for the agreement, saying it provides a 38% wage increase over 4 years, improves workers' ability to retire with dignity, and supports fairness at the workplace. Biden says it was achieved with the support of his economic team including Acting Labor Secretary Julie Su and National Economic Advisor Lael Brainerd. The strike dragged on for nearly 8 weeks, and its impact is one of the factors cited in the disappointing October employment report, in which just 12,000 jobs were added. Ginny Cosola, Fox News.
Philadelphia 76ers center Joel Embiid suspended for 3 games by the NBA for shoving a newspaper columnist. The suspension will begin with the next regular season game that he's eligible. I'm Lisa Lacera. This is Fox News.
Hold on. Interest rates are coming down. And that includes residential loans whose rates are the lowest in over a year. If you've been putting off refinancing your home or purchasing a home, wait no longer. And there's our home equity or HELOC program, which gives you money without touching your existing home loan at the lowest rate in over a year. So come see us at Bank Pacific, please, where we've been making home loans for 70 years. Equal housing lender. Credit conditions apply. Member FDIC.
Introducing Nissan Guam's exclusive first-time buyer program. Perfect for those with little or no credit history, no co-signer required. It's simple. You apply, we approve. You drive away in your brand new Nissan. Low monthly payments perfect for any budget. Get started on your finance pre-qualification at nissanguam.com or call their helpful sales team at 671-647-7261 today. On approved credit, conditions apply. See Nissan Guam for details.
Boss, I got run over by a forklift.
Boss, I crashed a company truck.
What do we do? Our warehouse and inventory are gone.
Hi, this is Dave Silva from AB Risk Solutions, and it's time for Risk 101. Everything you just heard are examples of risk your businesses can face. Our job is to ask the hard what-if questions and teach you how to reduce your exposures and help you recover if things go sideways. We've got decades of experience in Micronesia working with businesses big and small. Call AB Risk Solutions today at 777-2668 for a free inspection and quote.
AB Risk Solutions, formerly known as Aon.
6 after 9, Ray Gibson Show brought to you by APL American President Lines, a global presence with a local home. And everybody waiting to cool you off today over at Hofaloa. Find them over at the old Cowboy Ninja in the W.
Morning talk that matters. It's the Ray Gibson Show. Call now. 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
I tried to, unsuccessfully, swing by the ex, not like ex-wife, but X.com.
Yeah.
Sorry. Who'd you vote for? I wanted to find out if there was anything in there now that certain states are going to start closing things up, and there's going to be a whole bunch of them. I forget which ones they are that are almost immediately going to go red or blue. I mean, just because that's that kind of state. Exit poll numbers will back it up, or just suspicions that those states aren't going to be moving in that direction. Everything is subject to change, obviously, as these election commissions and election headquarters start chiming in. But oftentimes the media will just make it easier and start watching the electoral count vote based on where they think that state is going to be going. But there's a lot of states that are actively in play right now, and we'll just have to, unfortunately, watch and see how it shakes out. Are we going to get close to popular votes? Are we going to get close to 270 electoral college votes that Trump is going to need? Either one of them is going to need. But this is kind of interesting, if not a little bit snarky here. I found this online. If you're watching on KUAM or was it YouTube, Facebook, Rumble.com, ThePOINT.gu, President Biden won't attend Kamala's election night watch party. They say he will instead be watching the election results less than 2 miles away.
I'm not surprised. Why would you want to hang out with those people?
I wonder who he voted for.
Yeah.
I wonder who he voted for. I wonder who Jill Biden voted for. I mean, these people cannot be happy about the way things have worked out. And there's still a lot of conversation stateside on the X's and the Twitters that are proposing, just for thinking purposes, that are proposing that maybe it's time that Joe Biden step all the way down, and for the party allow Kamala Harris to become the 47th president of the United States of America, the first woman president.
Like
what?
I don't like it.
Then
not at all.
It feels cheaty, doesn't it?
Yeah.
But
it's slimy, man. But it's typical.
But we've seen so much of that kind of thing. Reason I'm not going to say that our guy is roses and unicorns and rainbows all the time, but I don't know. There's a video floating around with Kamala pretending to be talking to a constituent, a voter on the phone, and she waves the phone up at everybody, and there's nobody there. It's a camera. The phone is in camera mode.
I pretend to.
This is the same. Yeah, right. This is the same
to pretend I'm on a call.
who had different ads running. Some that were more pro-Israel in some places, and other ads that were pro-Palestine in other places, right? And they didn't think they'd get noticed. They didn't think anybody'd pick up on it. You know who did? And thankfully reported. CNN actually caught it and actually reported on it. So I don't know that they've got all that much love moving in that direction either. 10 after 9 o'clock in the morning. There is still a lot in the table of contents. A lot of the election results for Guam have been gone over. And while you're on your X's and Twitters or whatever you call it, do me a favor. Do a search for Guam, because Guam is coming up in all kinds of other searches. If you look for straw poll Guam, it's going to be there. And I think they're going to be picking up from that Breitbart story about how Guam has flipped the legislature for the first time in 16 years. It will return to being a red legislature. And from what I've seen, all of them are real Republicans.
Oh, they are
not just rhinos. But I don't want to say the only one that you're going to keep an eye on for is Sabrina. You'll recall Sabrina Salas-Matanani ran under the Democratic Party when she ran for lieutenant governor with Mike St. Nicholas.
She's a Tulsi Gabbard, man.
She can do that.
Yeah, she switched over because she knows better now.
That's a sign of a powerful and intelligent woman.
Yes.
So 9:11 in the morning, and because I wasn't on the air yesterday, I was thinking about coming on the air and doing a couple of hours last night, but I was lazy and wanted to eat Fulbasa lumpia, and so I didn't bother with that. But I did get a copy fairly early of Dr. Ron McNinch's and his students' exit poll that was conducted yesterday at a variety of places. We spent a little bit of time on the radio yesterday, and I gotta say that you guys did an outstanding job on that, Doc.
Oh, Holiday Ray, thank you very much. The exit polls are always a great learning experience.
Well, but even more so, and this is, I suppose, the part of the question. You'll recall yesterday I'd asked you about exit polls being conducted yesterday, but how some of the early voting and the fact that 10% of the people had already cast a vote, how that would change the outcome of your exit poll. And based on my thumbnail review of the data, it didn't. The only thing that changed basically were placements of the candidates, but for all intents and purposes, your exit poll correctly predicted the top 15 members of the legislature.
Yeah, we were very pleased with that, and it was very surprising for me. Usually we can hit about 13, but this time was all 15. Also, I guess on the congressional side, when you have a two-person race and you have splits like that, our poll or sample was so small, it was really a tough call in terms of trying to tell one over the other, because Moilan did have 3 additional vote over crews in our exit poll. But that's out of 300. So
I was going to say, not a significant percentage, and so the initial exit poll showed a tie, but a slight advantage for Moilan that he was able to turn into an advantage all the way through with a total of, what did he get? What did he get out of that here? 15,422 votes to Ginger Cruz's 13,703 votes. So that slight advantage apparently stayed with him all the way through exit polling, early voting, exit polling, and then into the evening. This was all said and done by 2:30 in the morning.
Yeah, it was. They're very fast this year. And one other thing, the early voting may have affected our exit poll on the congressional race because it's a 2-person race. So that may have been the effect we didn't measure. And we're going to look at that and try to figure out how to make it better next time.
Well, you can have it dealt with in a primary election.
Yeah. That's
or undo the primary election and just go into it and see who the hell would have come out with it. I don't know. That would make an interesting kind of thought bubble question. What if we had not had a primary election and there were still three people running for that race? How would that one-third have played out? At any rate, among the other things that I looked at initially wasn't so much what was going on at the legislature. I kind of wanted to see what kind of environment they were all playing in, and voter turnout at just under 50%. That's pretty good for Guam.
Yeah, especially in an off gubernatorial election year. It's a pretty good dang turnout. Absolutely.
So why?
I think people were tired of COVID and they're getting back into the groove of returning to normalcy. And I was at the Ukudu site yesterday morning, and I was taking a look at it, and people were standing at the exit, and people were going in, and they were all very happy to be able to vote and get out, and I think you could just tell how happy they were.
I felt the joy when I was at my election place, because it's near my house, and I knew that I wasn't going to be in there long, and I could go home and grab a nap, and then spend the rest of the day awaiting exit results, and then wondering what the heck was going to be going on. A big red wave over at the legislature. Why? What happened?
Oh, just the coalition from the last legislature really affected the ability of the public to support, various candidates. And then if you combine that with just the normal effect of when you have a Democrat governor for several years, the legislature turns Republican. And the same goes when you have a Republican governor, the legislature will turn Democrat simply because of job migration. A lot of people will leave the legislature to go to the executive branch to get better, higher-paying jobs if the governor's in their party. And the other thing is the Democrats knew that they didn't have to work that hard, because if they got knocked out in this election, they could probably get a executive branch job later. And so
Fisher's not going to starve. He's got a thriving legal firm. I don't know about Joanne. Kane Duane's got a thriving retail business. Roy Kanata came from staff at the legislature. There's no reason why he could not go back to staff.
Yeah, I think in general, the Democrats in particular have a safety net and so that's why we lost more Democrats than Republicans, I believe.
It'll be an interesting go when we start doing the comparing and contrasting between high vote getting Republicans and the high vote getting Democrats. Speaker Turlai showed again that she has no problems getting the vote out. Just under 20,000 people cast a vote for Therese Turlai. Just under 18,000 people cast votes for Chris Barnett. I'm not going to say that they're Teflon, that they're bulletproof, but they certainly have a whole lot of love. And it's several hundred votes before we start seeing the likes of Joseph St. Augustine and Tina Rose. So I think there were a lot of people that were bulleting their favorite Democrats, and in particular those two, and then looking over on the Republican side saying, okay, let's give some of these guys a chance, including the new names like Shawnee, like Sabrina, like Shelley, and bringing back Tony Atta, because Ray Gibson says we haven't seen the last of Tony Atta.
And those high vote numbers for Turlai and Barnett actually weakens the entire structure of the Democrat side of the slate. Because fewer people vote for those marginal.
That's what I'm saying. So when it comes down to the decision on Roy Kanata, who wanted to take more money out of people's pockets because they like sugary drinks, I don't think that landed effectively, and I think voters remembered all of that. And Kane Duane with the caning legislation, the fireworks legislation, and there was something about some other legislation that he was pushing through that in recent months he and I have a record now of agreeing to disagree, and I think that some of that felt sour to many of the voters, and said, well, you got your time in there, you got your bill in, you got your law out of it, and you're going to get a state funeral, and thank you very much for your service. Yeah,
I think that we have a tradition of having some people serve only one term, and they don't ever come back. And then I think also if we look at where the directions are going for the legislature, I think having a Republican legislature will actually help the governor, because it's very tough when the governor's own party is against her quite often. So maybe this will be an improvement.
When was her party against her? Sabine and Chris and Therese were not, I don't want to say actively working against the governor, but certainly had issues with their policies, and rightfully so stood up for the legislature as a third branch of government. There's a number of Democrats that were accused roundly of being Adeloop 6 because it looked like, and one Republican that was in that bunch that looked like they were getting their marching orders from Adeloop. And so I think what we're going to see here is a Republican majority, and they only need one of those three strong Democrats, Therese, Chris, and Sabine, to be able to turn in veto-proof legislation in the first month of the 38th Guam legislature.
Yeah, I'll be surprised if the Republicans will align with them given the last 2 years. We'll see where it goes. It's so funny in the legislature is that we don't really have a very strong partisan backbone here. We have orbits of personality that operate that particular political system, and when you have kind of personalities running things rather than party running things, that's when you end up with all kinds of wacky legislation.
I don't know. I've got hope now that between the Republican majority, and Chris Duenas is still a member of that, is now a member of that majority here. He'll be able to take legislation that has been introduced, like the Klitsky Gibson legislation that would restore the powers of advice and consent, even in a public health emergency, so that we don't have 3 years worth of what do we have? Condition 3, Condition 4, Condition 1, whatever of this public health emergency. That's number one. Number two, a sober look at the gross receipts tax, business privilege tax, and what kind of breaks these Republicans can bring to everyday hardworking Guamanians that are just trying to make ends meet. And finally, the question of where the hospital is going to go. I think they are running at parallel ends over at the legislature. So I think that a coalition of the 9 members of the majority and just one of the members of the minority, and they're all 3 of them are smart and they're common sense people. So it seems to me that they ought to be able to put together veto-proof legislation, send it up to the governor's office, and answer those questions on behalf of the people they represent.
Well, I think we can certainly agree that the next legislature is going to be very different than the previous legislature.
Yeah. All right. Fine. Fine. You know what? I like it every once in a while when we disagree on fundamental stuff like this, because it just makes it that much more interesting to me as we move forward with now the lame duck 37th Guam legislature. And it'll be interesting to see how much stuff the current Democrat majority is going to be able to crank out on behalf of Adeloop. I think that's going to be interesting. And then we've got the national politics, and I'm gonna while I take a break or do whatever, I'm gonna spend a little bit of time on X looking to see if we've already got a workable electoral college map going up.
Yeah, I think that for the next several hours, that's all I'm going to be doing is watching that.
Yep. And when does it happen? When are we going to grit our teeth and realize that we're going to have to wait out slow, painful counts in some of these swing states?
Well, I have a feeling that the Democrats, regardless, are going to drag it out forever if they can, if they've lost. And they'll try to drag everything out, and we'll see if they get away with it.
I hear that. Well, I don't see anything worth talking about right now on the X, so I'm going to let you run. Thanks very much for the exit polls. Thanks very much for the conversation. And we've got all kinds of time between now and inauguration to pick apart the rumors and the political gossip that is going to be coming out of the legislature in the next couple of months.
Sounds great. Hey, thank you so much, Ray.
All right, buddy. 923-888-8255, 888-TALK. Dying to hear what other folks have got to say about this. You see William Shatner put out a note.
He's still alive?
He's still alive. He put out a thing on X yesterday. It said, Je suis Canadien. I cannot vote. So if you want to communicate with me, go ahead and communicate. But I don't want to talk anything about American politics. Je suis Canadien. Je suis. I've got Frenchie on the line. Je suis Frenchie. Hey, how are you, my friend?
Hey.
You made my day when I hear you butcher French like this.
Happy to do it. I'll go.
I'm okay.
Nice to hear that.
I'm glad Dr. Matnish called because I usually like to look at his numbers that he's putting out, and it's always very interesting. Well, I think there is several things to learn from our elections here on Guam. Number one is that Jim Moilan did a great defensive job and was able to win against a very well-financed and a hard-running campaign from Ginger.
Oh, she did. I tell you what, the money that she spent, the endorsement that she got, former Governor Gutierrez, Uncle Robert Underwood, former Congressman Uncle Robert Underwood, former Congressman Mike Sinicolas, and a variety of other people that came forward to support her. And she had the song, she had the jingle, she did the waves. I mean, she did everything right, but so did Jim.
So Jim really had a much lower energy campaign, but he did a lot of background with the veterans in particular. And he also gets, if you look at the number, he also gets a lot of Democratic votes that do not like Carl Gutierrez' voting machine. And so it's very interesting. I think one thing that is starting to show now is that Carl's voting machine is as efficient as it once was. He used to be basically, if he put his weight behind somebody, they won. And this is no longer the case, and we saw that in some of the mayoral campaigns as well. So for the Senate, I'm very happy we have some new faces like Vince Borja, Shirley Calvo, and Sabrina. I think they learn a lot, and they did very well. Of course, the sempiternal Tony Ada is back, so it would be interesting to see how that goes. But I'm not so sure. I'm a little sad that Joanne Brown didn't win. She didn't go over the bump. I think she campaigned late. And she had a very little budget, and she also had a very vicious campaign on personal attacks coming from several areas that shows that she was actually scaring some people. But so it's too bad we won't have her in the Senate, but that's the way it goes. One thing that's very interesting is that the Dems actually overthrew the Republican in Jigo. Well, he was kind of a rhino anyway, but they are now controlling the whole northern part of the island at the municipal level. It will be very interesting to see. They also outpace the Republican as number of votes coming out. But it's very interesting that some of those votes definitely, like you pointed and Dr. Manish pointed, didn't translate in the victory for what's his name, Dueñas, the senator, and several of those people that thought they were going to be reelected. Now, one guy that is becoming a Teflon guy is the gentleman that likes to throw birds in the air. And he's very good at creating controversy that actually benefits him.
Oh, so I'm sorry. Throw birds in the air. You're talking about Will Parkinson. You're talking about Will Parkinson, who handy, considering what was going on in the last 48 hours prior to the election, and a resolution that came out from among the leadership of his own party at the legislature to censure him for all of these activities. However, I've got to say this about my neighbor and Democrat friend Will Parkinson is, number one, this guy is a survivor, and all he needed to do and all he needed to run on was a couple of things. I want to say he hit a home run for some of the gun guys, the 2A guys, and I can't remember exactly what it was now, but he was also the guy that was in the committee that would have carried the water on the $100 per month credits to GPA ratepayers. So he got to put his name on all of that. His imprimatur is on that, and I think a lot of people remembered.
He's very good at generating free advertising.
As
even if
his
it's
father was before.
yeah, he's very good at that, and so he benefits from that. And that was very interesting. So, but overall, I think the GOP did quite well. It was a good opportunity from them. I thought they could have done better had some of the candidates, especially the ones at the bottom of the list, used the platform that the GOP came up with, but they didn't use it. And I think some of the less known candidates could have benefited and that out more. But the Dems still outnumber the GOP by 3,000 or 4,000 votes. What's interesting is that there was definitely a lot of people that were pissed off with some of the senators that voted across the aisle and elected people like Vince and Shelley and Sabrina. And so we'll see how that's going to go. It's very interesting. But I kind of agree with McNich that.
Hold on, Frenchie. Can I do just for the sake of conversation? This is not the way I feel in my heart of hearts. But this is. Let me just throw this out here. Was this a win for the Republicans, or was it a loss and a repudiation for the Democrats? Is this the people of Guam saying, I'm so angry with the Democrats, I'm going to not vote for them, and by only voting for the ones they like Therese and Chris Barnett and Joe S., etc., then that will help amplify my anger towards the down-ballot Democrats?
It's more the latter than... I think you're right. There was definitely a level of exasperation from a lot of people, from the issue on the hospitals, the schools, so many things that a lot of people that are traditional Democratic voters decided to go across the aisle and not vote for certain candidates. Already the Dems had a very thin bench going into the election.
That's right. They only had 11 people to cast votes for. And so along with everything else, the meat and potatoes, the Joe Sixpacks of Guam have been left behind and left to deal with lousy roads, lousy lights, homeless people all over the place. We got high crime, 4 ambulances, the schools, the hospital, and they're going, wait a second, for all the taxes that we pay for everything that everybody tells us how great it is out there, but it wasn't great for the average Joe Sixpack Guamanian Republican and Democrat, and they voted that way.
Exactly. And so I think you have your finger right on it, and the Republicans are benefiting from it, but they shouldn't get a big head because the next election is going to be for governor. It's going to be interesting to see if it's going to have a run at it in the primary against Josh and whoever he has running with him. Ginger would be a fantastic candidate as a lieutenant governor. I don't know.
I've mentioned.
And then on the Republican side, right now, the bench is very thin. Also, I don't think Tony Ada can run another time. That would be ridiculous. But you never know with Tony.
There's a couple of new names there. Sabrina Salas finds herself in the top 5 on the vote getters, and that's got to translate to new blood political capital. I got to break away, Frenchie. Always fun talking with you.
Thank you.
No, thank you very much. I appreciate the telephone call. Just even with the accent, doesn't matter what he says. He's got that accent. It just sounds smarter, right?
Yeah, he does.
All right. So 9:33 in the morning. Tell you what, let me grab a break here while we're doing that. Listen to news and headlines and an update from Joanne Charfers over at KUAM.
Buenas and Hafade Guam, I'm Jonigan Charfers, here to look at 3 stories you need to know for Wednesday, November 6th. In Decision 2024 news, James Moilan retains his seat as Guam's congressional delegate. Ginger Cruz calling to congratulate him right before 2 a.m. In the senatorial race for the 38th Guam legislature, the results almost identical to the University of Guam student exit poll, which showed a Republican majority, along with some new faces. Top vote getters include Therese Terlahi and Chris Barnett, followed by Tony Ada, Joe San Augustine, Tina Tina Munya Barnes, newcomer Sabrina Salas Metanani, Jesse Lujan, Frank Bloss Jr., newbie Shelley Calvo, incumbents Will Parkinson and Chris Duenas, as well as Sabina Perez, Vince Borja, Telo Taitagui, and Sean Gumatau. 4 have been unseated, that is Tom Fisher, Joanne Brown, Roy Kanata, and Dwayne St. Nicholas. For the complete list of unofficial results for mayoral and vice mayoral, the Consolidated Commission on Utilities, the Guam Education Board, Judicial Retention, and Public Auditor, you can head over to KUAM.com. A man is under arrest after being accused of breaking into an apartment unit in Jigo and attacking another man with a knife. 26-year-old Beffrey Evren is charged with burglary and aggravated assault. Court documents state police were called to a reported home invasion in Jigo early Sunday morning when they found the suspect and another man fighting on the 3rd floor balcony of an apartment complex. A witness told police she knew Aram, adding that he was not allowed at the apartment. Investigators note the suspect allegedly kicked in the door before getting into a fight with the victim. Aram allegedly tried to stab the victim with a knife before being taken into custody. And a man is arrested on drug charges following an early morning traffic stop in Dededo. 40-year-old Asushi Kanabuchi is charged with possession of a Schedule II controlled substance. Court documents state officers stopped the suspect's car as he was turning onto Route 16. Officers noted the driver's license had been suspended and that the suspect was on probation. Kanabuchi allegedly admitted to authorities, quote, "I have drugs on me, sir." During a search, police found a glass pipe and a baggie with meth. For these stories and more, visit KUAM.com. You can also stream our newscast on our YouTube channel as well as our Facebook page. And make sure to follow KUAM News on Instagram for the very latest and watch our exclusive local channel now on Peacock by visiting peacocktv.com/local. Jonagan Charfris, KUAM News.
Connect and save with Docomo Pacific's unbeatable business mobile plans. Save up to $720 with unlimited talk, text, and data on the island's widest mobile network. Supercharge your connectivity with our data-to-go roaming and Wi-Fi hotspot services. Connect today and experience lightning-fast speeds that keep your business running smoothly. Discover more at business.docomopacific.com. Some conditions apply.
Stay cool all year round by checking out Johnstone Supply for your HVAC and refrigeration needs. Located at 170 Guerrero Drive on Picanel Road in Tamuning, call Johnstone Supply today at 671-649-0581. That's 671-649-0581. Open 8 a.m. to noon and 1 to 5 p.m. Monday to Friday. Open Saturdays from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. and closed on Sundays. Stay cool with Johnstone Supply.
Sorry, just laughing. They got another one of these reports where they're using Breitbart to signal that according to exit polls, Guam GOP flips the legislature for the first time in 16 years. Reason why I'm laughing is because they're using a picture of an old Democratic National Convention. It has the word Guam in it, but if anybody from around here takes a look at the people that are in this picture, they will note that these are many members of the ranking Democratic Party here on Guam, or at least were once upon a time. There's at least one or two of these people are dead. It's obviously an old picture out there. Venue Guam Online, Johnny Utah there, Bertha Maza Cruz, Jose Martinez, and all kinds of other folks checking in. Charlie Hermosa, Bernard Balahaja, Buenas and Day to Brother Teddy. Anna Delgado says, I got a call from a mayoral candidate's rep while I was just finished voting. I have no idea how she got my number. Is this allowed? Election interference, what can I say? Steve is on the line. Buenas and Day, Steve. How you doing?
Good morning, sir.
Sir.
Our voters actually have come out and spoken. Great number of voters came out, and thank you for your show for allowing people like me to put in my comments or my support of Congressman Moilan. Before I get going, I just want to congratulate Congressman James Moilan and his intelligent and competent staff for winning this election by staying on the high road. Just having to just present the public about what they have done, their actions, and I always believe that actions speaks louder than words. And also want to like to thank you, Senator Dennis Rodriguez, for his support, the former Governor Felix Camacho, and the one that really kind of helped out a little bit is when former Governor Calvo spoke about continuity along with American Samoa. Also, I believe she graduated from EOG and stressed about the continuity in Congress and expressed how they have observed the leadership of Congressman Moilan and how well he represented our island. And, I just want to say thank you for the voters to come out and actually, let their voices be heard by casting that vote. I want to thank all my friends and relatives that probably got tired of my posting on Facebook. I try not to encourage them because, what I'm posting on Facebook is just facts. A little bit of research and all that just to, to prove to the public that we have a congressman that's actually working, right? And I know I have an accent and I can't speak that well. But, sometimes you can translate that to the productivity that you put out to help the people of Guam.
What accent?
And I would like to thank the senator, especially the late Senator Peter Torlai, for his effort to pass the new retirement law for our police officers. Now our police officers can retire 25 years after they serve the law enforcement agencies here in Guam. And those are one of the efforts that I was pushing since ever since I asked one senator I asked, said, "Oh, Steve, no funding." Second senator said, "Oh, Steve, no funding." I asked the same senator, and you know what he told me? He said, "Steve, why don't you research it?" And I looked at him and say, "Senator, that's what we elected you for. Do the research and trying to help my fellow law enforcement officers to retire early because of the job that we have." And after that, I never voted for those two. But when Senator Torlai came into office, he knows me, always calls me Pari, and God bless his soul. I asked him, said, "Don't worry, Steve, I will take care of that." And that man was a man of his word. He worked so hard along with his staff to get that thing going, and actually was finally passed. And now our men and women in blues, especially the Guam's premier law enforcement agency, the Guam Police Department, now can retire early, enjoy their retirement, and spend time with their family.
Well, and in and of itself, that's a benefit. In and of itself, that's an incentive for them to choose that as a career and stay with it. Steve, I appreciate your time on the radio. I don't know what accent you're talking about,
before I go,
before you go, I want to throw something in here. There were a couple of people that had been suggesting rather loudly that you. Likewise, go to the Guam Election Commission, pick up a packet one day, and then actually run for office. And now that you've seen what some of your brother Guamanians have been able to accomplish in this race, are you encouraged to do that in 2026?
Ray, my wife is listening. And she has no, I can't do something in my life, even when I was a police officer, even when I was in the military, without the support of my wife, my lovely wife. So I'm not going to be able to perform a job the way I wanted to perform, not knowing that my family is not in support of what I'm doing.
I got you. All right. Now, what did you want to finish up with before I go?
No, I just want to throw this out. Thank you to all the voters. Now, we kind of have some form of check and balances in our government because we have the Republican majority, right? We have Democratic governor.
Singani.
I think check and balances is about to happen, and I just want to preach again one more time before the 37th Guam legislature retires. I think one effort to put a stop on building the hospital in Mayoral is to override the veto of Bill 185-37.
Can be done now.
I think.
Can be done now. We've been talking about that for a while, or just let it lie and then take it on when they've got a stronger coalition available as representatives of Guamanians at the legislature.
For the I think they should lobby for that, and they can run again next time, and they can use that as a leverage to run for office.
I don't disagree.
And the last thing, I know you're in a hurry.
Yeah, well, I've got a couple other calls I wanted to get to, but go ahead.
Okay. I have failed as a public servant because I've been asking since my first testimony for the 40% for pay raise for GPD or the law enforcement officer. I've been asking for Guam Police Department headquarters, and I'm hoping with your help that they'll be able to revive that law that's sitting idle in Guam Code Annotated Title 5 Chapter 59, they call that the Guam Public Safety Facility Construction Initiative Act of 2000. The top of the book says 2000, but the act is named 2005.
Okay.
So put back the initiative. I mean, I want the new group of legislature, the group of senators, to have the initiative to take a look at the law and see what they can do to build the headquarters for the Guam Police Department for my fellow brothers and sisters in Guam Police Department. And because that project's not just for GPD, it's for the Guam Custom, for the Guam Fire, DOC, and last one was the Department of Law.
Right. No, kind of a rebuild, if you will, of the old Department of Public Safety once upon a time. 9:44. Steve, I'm going to let you run. I appreciate your time.
Thank you for taking my call.
All right, anytime. I'd like to hear from you. And again, what accent? I don't know. I don't hear an accent. And he is a very, very intelligent guy.
English?
I caught it, the whole thing. 888-825-5888-TAOK.
He doesn't think with an accent.
Exactly. You see, now you're complimentary. I like that. 9:44 in the morning, and we got time to get your calls in. You've heard everything I've got to say. What some of the folks that we've been able to talk to that are on the W side of all of these lists here today. A couple of people from over at the legislature and a variety of the pundits that have come forth. But I'm dying to hear what you have got to say. Your thoughts as we move from this election to the lame duck 37th Guam legislature and the things that we'd like to see post-inauguration of next year. John Savars, who has once upon a time put his name in the running for public service. Buenas and half a day. How are you doing? What's your mom thinking about the replacements up in Day-to-Do?
To be honest, the vice mayor is ready. You know, wholeheartedly. We know my mom's since after she got hit by the car in the beginning of this term, she looked at the vice mayor and we all sat down and we said, and I said, Prim, we said we're here to support you. And the people in Benito, if you look at the numbers that came out, he over 4,000 votes. Right over 4,000 votes.
Yeah, I saw that.
And it's almost it's over 50% the margin, the difference on the tally. And then, of course, we got Anson Augustine, who, long time, hopefully her brother, right, he's a finance guy, helps to lobby for us in the legislature. I know they lost the majority. And to be honest, I call it, there's a Chamorro term that I like to think of, what is it called, Vanetsu? Because...
that's how we say it in Chamorro. In English, that's what you get. Or in the modern nomenclature, FAFO.
Yes, sir. And to be honest, looking at what's best for our community, right? Over the last 2 years, we've seen legislation get ramrodded. People put up bad legislation that makes zero sense. And at this point in time, I'm glad that there's now some checks and balances because that's what I ran for. When I ran 2 years ago, it was purely because I wasn't happy with the way that the checks and balances in the government was being ran. Right, there's such an inequality when it comes to municipal planning and getting the mayors the revenue the money that they need to actually address the situation. But to be honest, the mayors are the ones who get that first call. Mr. Amaguian talking about Pito Terlahi and my mom and Pito, former Mayor Pito, the late Mayor Pito Terlahi and the late Senator Pito Terlahi. They were very good friends and they talked about it because they saw that they saw that change in the village and they were struggling because the pothole money comes from somewhere else. They're at the mercy of everybody else. The junk car money comes from somewhere else. And when these mayors, it's not the senators who get the phone call to remove the junk car.
That's right.
It's the mayors. And if you're not going to support the mayors, then we're going to continue. We're going to continue to set them up for failure. And our young vice mayor, he's ready, and I'm excited for him. I called because I sent my list of my 15 to Joe yesterday, and out of my 15, I hit 14 in almost the same order, and I had a Republican majority because I was listening to the people around who were so disenfranchised with what they were seeing in the legislature. And this is why the change is happening. Do I think that, when I went to the venue last night and the first thing I heard was, you should have ran. and the Democrats screwed you over.
Right.
and I was cracking up because I don't think of it like that, right? I didn't put my hat in the ring because I wanted to win. I put my hat in the ring because I genuinely have, like my mom, right? My family, my grandfather, my mom. We do this because we feel that we have the drive to do it. It's not about our personal gain, and I'm glad that there are people who have shown that it's about personal gain are no longer there.
Amen.
And I think this was the people this is the voice of the people and what had happened yesterday.
It's a referendum. Let's call it what it is. It is a referendum on the direction that Guam has taken over the last, I'll call it 6 years. And you've heard me many times criticize our elected representatives because this should have been a time of unprecedented progress for the people of Guam. There are billions of dollars that have been spent every year on Guam, and based on what we're seeing with the military spend, there's billions of dollars that are going to be traveling through our economy as well in the next little bit. But the people of Guam are doing with less. When does all of that good stuff from all of that sweet money start filtering down to where the people of Guam live? Why do we have such lousy streets in the village? Why do we have invisible lanes when it rains at night? Why don't we have 10 ambulances on the road right now? Why is our hospital moldy? Why are our schools moldy? Why don't we have more playgrounds for the kids?
Where's our dispensary?
What's the dispensary? There's all of that. Bidzat. and the people of Guam have cast their votes. It is a referendum, and if Adelup has any sense of survivability, they will take a look and listen to what people like you've got to say, people like me have got to say, people like the voters of Guam said yesterday.
Administration was going to call me 2 years ago after I came back from Hawaii with my wife, and we were going to talk about getting this cannabis industry started. And to this day, not once has anybody called me from the administration. And I feel like I'm very versed in the cannabis industry. I've been a long-time advocate. And
smarter than me at it, but I don't smoke.
That's true. But at the end of the day, you don't necessarily have to smoke to appreciate the economic change that it can bring. And at this point in time, we're umpteen years, between the medical and the recreational, and we're still dragging our feet. The question is are they going to put the gas on it now because it's the end of the term?
Yeah.
Right? And or because people need a win.
There's a couple of points that I want to try to get to before the hour, so I'm going to wrap things up. And do I have another break? I do, right?
You guys have a good day.
I will. I appreciate your time, John. 888-825-5888-TALK. We go through all of this tomorrow and continue to beat the horse. A couple of points here is a question. Is somebody online saying, Ray, you're absolutely right, but can this group do the job is the big question. We want to keep the hospital in Tamuning. Can this group do that job? I'll throw another one at you. We pay too much for electricity, and we're paying too much to warehouse our garbage. Can this group of people, many of them with real-world work experience,
please
take a look at the capabilities that we've got here on Guam, the people that we've got here on Guam, and continue the conversation about waste to energy. There's got to be a way that we can take that and turn it to our advantage. It is the ultimate recyclable here in this community because we're never not going to make trash. And in fact, with all of the construction coming up with the military buildup, that's the first thing that we ought to think about with all of the refuse that they're going to be generating is burn it, not warehouse it. And what's going to happen is with all of that activity going on, we're going to run out of cells even faster. So we're going to have a serious conversation about it. Maybe let's get this done so that my daughter's generation, the one that comes after it, doesn't have to deal with the problem. It is 9:52, and we'll finish up here in just a sec. For all your real estate needs, call the professionals at Hoffaday Realty. Jody, Saran, Libby, and Lolita, and they'll take care of you on every step of the real estate process. No worries. Just contact Hoffaday Realty at 588-4232 or 588-HOFFA or email them at hoffadayrealty@gmail.com. They're at 426 Challenge San Antonio, Suite 204 in Tamuning. Open Monday through Friday, 10 to 4. Hoffaday Realty for all your real estate needs.
Hey Guam! Looking for a place to chill and beat the heat? Hafaloha has got you covered. Enjoy their refreshing acai smoothies and bowls packed with fresh fruits and other nutritious fillings, or grab some shave ice that's drenched in tropical flavors, which will transport you straight to paradise. If you're after a meal to satisfy your curiosity and hunger, they have amazing local-style burgers, savory poke bowls, and creative appetizers like the poke nachos and Guam bomb roll. But before you wrap up your day, check out some of their unique merch. Whether you want beach vibes wear or something stylish for a night out, they got it. They're open all week from Sunday to Thursday, 11 a.m. till 9 p.m. Friday and Saturday, 11 a.m. till 10 p.m. Follow them on Facebook and Instagram at Hafaloha and at Hafaloha Concert Series for their incredible events. Call 671-989-3444. That's 989-3444.
Half a day. This is Michelle from APL Guam. Here at APL, our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam and on the U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com.
9:54 on screen right now. If you're watching, is a bunch of purple-haired liberal ladies on the screen, all screaming simultaneously. And I found that on X, and somebody posted that up and wanted to see that again. We call that Scream 2.
Got my soulmates in there somewhere, Ray.
Exactly. I got my fingers crossed because I keep trying to think of what's going to happen in the United States of America, or with this, what's going to happen should Kamala Harris win this election. And they say that
what are you wearing to the Civil War?
It's tight. I was thinking, just my regular bahawks and maybe a tank top because it's going to be hot. So and wait, hold on. Be in trouble if I don't put this up on the screen. Hold on. So. I wasn't going to put it on earlier because, I try to take care of my hair. But this came in the mail for me yesterday as a gift from a very special friend. It is my Trump 2024 hat with Trump hair on it.
It's terrific.
Isn't it awesome? So I'm going to wear this for the rest of the day. It's everywhere you go, you're going to see me wearing this. I think they saw me wearing this over at Fobasa last night. And that, it's the first draft, if you will, of history. That's the way I always look at this morning show, is we wake up in the morning and we're confronted with all kinds of data and news and figures and stuff like that. And I get to have the first draft at how I think it ought to be interpreted. And my first inkling when I saw the exit poll yesterday, and then when I woke up this morning and Shelley had sent me the wrap up from the folks over at the GEC, was that a message has been sent. A message has been sent from all of the people of Guam. All of the people, the government of Guam employees, private sector, public, everybody is saying the same thing. We're all clamoring for something different. One of them is just at least an acknowledgement of how people are living on this side of the government of Guam, where we, I go down a road and I see a pothole, and then you just go, that's going to be there forever. And they're going to come by and fix it. Somebody from the mayor's office will come by and fix it, and they'll put cold patch on it, and then it's going to rain again, and eventually that cold patch is going to go away, and it will be the same pothole recurring, even though we've got billions of dollars that we've got access to that is being spent on all kinds of other things, not operations. It's time make the right size the government of Guam and start making it so that the monies that we get actually get spent on things that we need. Jay Dewan, as an example, has been clamoring for some time about new playground facilities for the kids. And I was trying to remember where it was that I saw a new playground facility. And you know
Teason?
what? No, it's Teason, yeah.
Yeah, Mark Cruz called you. I forgot to tell you.
Yeah,
man.
it's on Teason.
I didn't want to
passed
tell
by
you.
there
I
again
want to
yesterday.
keep it a secret.
No, I passed by and I'm looking at it going, that's what I was, by the old field house. That's what that little building is called, Field House. In between the ball fields over in Teason, there is a new park for kids to play at. Now, I don't know when they're going to be opening. I kind of want to get a hold of Mayor Junie Bloss and find out what they've got to say about that. But at least there is something going on. But I wonder, at the end of the day, how did that get there? Is it been donated by one of our many incredible civic groups like the Koreans did with their little cardio center over by the, or did that actually come from somewhere in the government? Did the government find some money to be able to put that out there, or was that done at the behest of some
was Men
civic,
for Kamala, Ray.
Civic group?
Men for Kamala put that there.
And if you know what, if the government did it, then hey, don't be Chino, man. You put some in every village, and you put a gate around it so that the thugs don't get to it in the middle of the night, and it doesn't end up being someplace where people are sharing needles and smoking methamphetamine and just pee-peeing on everything. The kids deserve better. Kids deserve a whole lot better. Anyway, so closing in on the last little bit of the program. I already told you what I'm going to be doing and how I will be as anxious as possible for the rest of the day, because I want to see Trump back in the White House. I don't have to hide my bias, and I'm not ashamed of saying that I think Trump was one of the best things to happen to the United States of America in my lifetime. The same way I'm not ashamed to say that Biden and Harris are the worst things to happen to the United States of America in my lifetime, even worse than the Carter years. And I didn't think we were ever going to get back from then. I hope everybody comes to their senses in the States, and we get Trump back in there, and it'll be good for Guam because I don't know about you, but lower electricity prices, lower gas prices. I was digging those years. They were pretty good to us. Anyway, got a breakaway. Got Fox News Live coming up, and maybe one of those big, like those wholesale tax breaks that he's talking about. Can you imagine how much better it's going to be for a lot of people when they get to keep more of that money in their pocket? There's another message I hope they get over at the legislature, and I hope they get at the governor's office, too. All right, stand by now. Fox News Live, KUSG Agana, peak is best. 1, 2, 3, 4 times, guys. Here it comes. Let's find out what's going on.
Anticipation building. I'm Lisa Lacera. It's 7 o'clock in New York, and polls have just closed in half a dozen states. The Fox News decision desk is making its first calls. The most closely watched state at this hour is Georgia, one of 7 battleground states that could decide the presidency. It's too early to call. It's also too early to call Virginia, though Harris has a lead in our Fox News voter analysis. Fox News can project that former President Trump will win Indiana. Trump will also carry nearby Kentucky for a third time. It's too early to call South Carolina, but Trump has the lead in our Fox News voter analysis. Meanwhile, Vice President Harris will sail to victory in liberal Vermont. Turning to the Senate, where Democrats have almost no room for error, the Fox News decision desk can project that Indiana Republican Congressman Jim Banks will win his first Senate race. Fox's Aisha Hasni is at Trump campaign headquarters in West Palm Beach, Florida. She reports the former president will not be there. He'll be watching returns from his Mar-a-Lago home.
Earlier today, when the former president went to go vote here in West Palm Beach, he told the press that he was feeling very confident and that he had no regrets about the way that he ran this campaign. And he got a little introspective for a moment, sort of taking it all in, right? This final third presidential run. And he said that he was feeling a little bit sad, but fulfilled by it all.
Fox's Jackie Heinrich at Harris headquarters at Howard University.
The campaign maintains that they have multiple paths to 270, but the campaign manager, Jenamali Dillon, said that the margins are very close. She's never seen them closer. This could be a historically close